Hey there, sort of a demon. Thank you for checking in. You are the first one in chat, as you frequently are, and I appreciate that. How are you doing today? I guess we're gonna run in hot because apparently Donald Trump is currently making an address. So we're gonna pull that up and see what the man is saying.
The media has so little credibility. I knew they were saying, like, is he okay? How's he feeling? What's wrong? I said, I just left. And it's also sort of a longer weekend, you know, it's
I'm
Labor
not
Day
sure when it
weekend. So
started.
I would say a lot of people know I was very active this Labor Day. I had heard that, but I didn't hear it to that extent. Go ahead, Peter.
Something else. We know that this country has a huge problem with school shootings. You've said that you're open to sending the National Guard.
Statistically irrelevant.
Would you ever consider sending an armed National Guardsman to every school?
You know what?
Well, we have a big problem with school
I did
shooting,
not like the beginning
we
of that
also have
question, but I kind of like the ending.
thousands and thousands of schools that run perfectly. You know, they talk about you can do things construction-wise, and that's really I think nobody knows more about construction than me. You can build the construction doors. You can build what they call safety doors, where they lock on the outside, the inside, and every place else. Well, but if one of these lunatics happens to get through, then the police can't get in. Then they're looking for keys all over the place, and it takes a lot of disadvantages to doing, spending billions and billions of dollars and actually making it safer in some way for some of these lunatics that we're dealing with. But I don't think so. I've thrown out the concept. We have great teachers that love our children. The parents love the children. Teachers love the children too. And if you took a small percentage of those teachers that were in the military, that were distinguished in the military, that were in the National Guard, et cetera, and you let them carry, that's something that a lot of people like. I sort of liked it. It'd have to be studied, but they're trained. They know about weapons. You can't do it with every teacher because most teachers don't know, but I always thought that would be an alternative. But it just, we've had a lot of instances. Other countries have also. They have different kinds
I mean,
of
if
problems
you
than
offer
we
them
have, but we
additional
do have,
hazard pay for that,
there's
I
something
feel like a
going
lot of
on,
people would be
something
willing to
going on, and
qualify.
it's a bad thing. Yes, please.
Have you spoken with President Putin in the past week? Have you spoken with President Putin?
Yeah, I don't want to. I have learned things that will be very interesting. I think in the next few days you'll find out.
Build a
This and
website you
Marussian
love
noodles.
with Wix.
Really, YouTube? Seriously?
your
In the middle
words?
of the presidential address?
Yeah.
God,
Yeah,
I
well,
fucking hate
We're going to see what happens.
Indians.
We're going to see what they do and what happens. I'm watching it very closely. Last week they lost 7,000 between the two countries. 7,313 soldiers, to be somewhat exact, for no reason whatsoever. And they're Russian and they're Ukrainian, but they're soldiers. I want to see it end. Yeah.
Mr. President, have you decided you're definitely going to send National Guard troops to Chicago?
I didn't say when, but the answer is, look, Chicago's very interesting because I watched Pritzker get up and say about, we don't need help, we're safe. But 2 weeks ago, they had 6 people murdered, and they had
Show
24
Bob and
people
again
hit
his
by
press
bullets.
conference. Yeah.
Last week, as you know, it was 7 people, 24 people hit, and 7 people died. And then over the last 2 days, that was the crown jewel. They had, I guess, 9 or 10 killed, and 50 hit with bullets. And you have this governor get up, who's a terrible governor. Probably he and Gavin Newsom would be probably the 2 worst and most naive. They're naive. Either they're naive or they're very untruthful. And he'll say, we don't want any protection. We don't need. So in the last 3 weeks, he's lost almost 20 people killed. There's no place in the world, including you can go to Afghanistan, you can go to places that you would think of. They don't even come close to this.
If we remove Chirac and LA from gun violence statistics, the US falls well behind the rest of the world.
Didn't do a good job with it. They should have had the water coming down, like I said. We had to release the water. We had to go in and release the water to LA. It's so badly run. But if I didn't send the National Guard into Los Angeles, I would be making an announcement today. I'd be talking about Huntsville, and I'd simultaneously be saying, by the way, the Olympics is not coming to Los Angeles. If we didn't do that, and even the sheriff, the top law enforcement person in Los Angeles said, we could not have handled it without them. So that's what he said.
Make your mind up on Chicago, though?
Well, we're going in. I didn't say when. We're going in. When you lose, look, I have an obligation. This isn't a political thing. I have an obligation. When we lose, when 20 people are killed over the last 2.5 weeks.
He is, in fact, the head of
and
the executive branch.
75 are shot with bullets. So let me tell you a little story about a place called D.C., District of Columbia, right here where we are. It's now a safe zone. We have no crime. It's in such great shape. You can go and actually walk with your children, your wife, your husband. You can walk right down the middle of the street. You're not going to be shot, Peter. You're safe. Everyone likes you anyway. They probably wouldn't do it. But it's so dangerous. And there are people in this audience that you've suffered greatly. There are people in this audience that have been mugged and hurt badly, and they don't want to talk about it. Maybe you were very brave in talking about it. You made quite an impression on a lot of people. I appreciate it. But there were other people in this room that have been hurt very badly just walking down the street in D.C. Washington, D.C. is a safe zone right now. It's a safe city. The restaurants are open. They're booming. You can't get a restaurant. New restaurants are announcing that they're going to be open. This took place in 12 days. Now it's 15 days, but 3 days ago it became what's known as a safe zone. It's a safe city. And this city was really bad, really, really bad. We took 1,600 people out, hardcore criminals that will not be coming back anytime soon. And we're very proud of it. You know, to have our nation's capital lose every week. You know, it was like years, many years, where every single week somebody was killed for many, many, many consecutive weeks. This went on for years. And then we had, last week it was announced that nobody was killed last week. And I made that announcement in front of a very distinguished leader of a country. And I'm saying proudly, ladies and gentlemen, nobody was killed in Washington, D.C. this week. He looked at me like, what's that all about? I said, yeah, we have a little bit of a crime problem. And we don't have a crime problem in Washington anymore. And the mayor has been very helpful, and the police commission has been very helpful, and it's been a great team. And
It's almost as if nobody wants to live like this.
Governor Pritzker call me. I'd gain respect for him and say, we do have a problem, and we'd love you to send in the troops, because you know what? The people, they have to be protected. I saw today on one of your networks, not a friendly network, except really the opposite, I would say, very unfriendly network. And they interviewed about 12 people on this morning. Most of them were African American, they were black. And they were saying, please, please, please let the president send in. These were people from Chicago. Please, we need help. We need help. We can't walk outside. We're petrified. If the governor of Illinois would call me up, I would love to do it. Now, we're going to do it anyway. We have the right to do it because I have an obligation to protect this country. And that includes Baltimore. I saw where Governor Moore was asking me to take a walk down the street of Baltimore. Well, Baltimore is a very unsafe place. It's rated number 4 in the city, one of the most unsafe places anywhere in the world. But, you know, we took care. This was a beautiful thing that happened in Washington because we showed that it could be done. And
it's almost like regular people don't want to live in crime-ridden areas. I know, right?
Strong. You know, we had a great decision from the Supreme Court that had to do with sort of talent. It had to do with you are put down based on merit. You can hire based on merit. So merit for a soldier or for a policeman is strong, physically fit, having a certain ability, not a person that is woke and got the job through woke, but wasn't strong enough to lift a gun out of the holster, et cetera, et cetera. No, I looked at
I should probably send my go live.
You know, last week I went over, we had a meeting there had to be 300 people, and they were all very impressive looking. And when the bad guys see them, they're not going to do a thing. And so I'm very proud of Washington. It serves as a template, and we're going to do it elsewhere. But Chicago is certainly going to be high. I would love to have him call. I would love the governor of Illinois. I'd be honored to take his call. All he has to do is say, "Sir, we need help. It's out of control." And everyone knows it is. He's not kidding anyone. I would love to have, I would say, Governor Moore call, because I watched him over the weekend trying to explain that Baltimore, what they need is housing. No, they don't need housing. They need to get rid of the criminals. These are hardcore criminals. You know, we took many people off the streets of Washington, D.C. They're hardcore. They're not going to be good. In 10 years, in 20 years, in 2 years, they're going to be criminals. They were born to be criminals, frankly. They were born to be criminals, and they're tough and mean, and they'll cut your throat, and they won't even think about it the next day. They won't even remember that they did it. And we're not going to have those people. Washington, D.C. is now a safe zone. It's a safe place, and you can walk, Katie, you can walk right down the street with, by the way, one of the biggest human beings I've ever seen, which is her husband. He was a football player for like 11 years in the NFL. He's a big person. But big doesn't mean anything when they have guns and when they have knives and everything else that they have, right? But you can walk right down the street, even by
It
yourself.
does mean something. We're going to actually review a video about how it makes a difference.
Calling on Democratic leaders across the country to work with you on crime. Do you see your efforts here in D.C., including, for example, working with Mayor Bowser here as a model for bringing more bipartisanship in matters not only with crime but also issues that matter to everyday American people's lives?
So Mayor Bowser's been great. She could have taken the thing, oh, well, and then after I clean it up, they'll take credit for it. You know what they do is they take credit. Like, we cleaned up Los Angeles. We did a great job there. And it was overwhelming what was going on. And again, the police chief made a statement that we could not have done, there's no way they could handle it. You saw what was happening out there. It was going to be a disaster. We stopped it cold. If we didn't do that, would have been a very sad.
Oh, hey
day.
there,
And
Digby.
remember, we
Hey
have
there,
the
Saku.
Olympics, we have the
Sorry, I
World
was
Cup, we
looking
have
through
all
the
these
media
things
share
coming.
tab.
We have
Didn't see you there.
250.
How are you
All of
doing
these
today?
things coming.
Trump
But I
declaring
watched
victory
this and
over
get up and say,
D.C.
he's
relatively
doing a
minor
great-
cry
he's not-
problem.
We're the ones that did
Means
it, and that's okay. Whatever it takes.
Nukes
but
versus
the main thing
coughing
is
baby tear.
But he got up and said, "We did it." Well, he didn't want us there.
I don't really think it
he's
was a
gonna need
minor
us
problem,
again.
Digby. Here's the thing. DC is a relatively small area, and to lose that area to very severe rampant criminality is actually a significant problem. DC was one of the highest municipalities by per capita murder. It was very so from a gross number perspective. Yes, it didn't seem that much, but once you sort of split that down by the fact that, first of all, it is the seat of administrative power, and it is also a relatively small area, then you realize that it was a very pernicious problem. There are bigger crime hotspots in the USA. There's definitely symbolic. No. The density of the crime was just disproportionate to just the physical size of DC. Like, is it as bad as Chicago? It's about that. It was just a smaller scale Chicago, realistically, where everyone in power was just sweeping this problem under the rug because they had the money to insulate themselves from that issue, which is not how we would like to be governed. Can't stay focused in years on two streams, skill issue literally getting filtered. Well, listen, Seku, you know that the only stream that matters is mine.
The world right now. Everybody's talking about the USA. They're talking about the job that we're doing. Everybody. We have the best economy. We have a very, very important decision being made by the Supreme Court because our country is the richest, the strongest, the most powerful. But if for some reason some liberal court, I'm talking about the court that just ruled, where even an Obama judge voted in favor of us, which I gave him a compliment yesterday.
You would
I
assume
said that took
the
great
politicians
courage.
and civil
But
services
it's a
were the
liberal
primary
court,
customer base for illegal
and,
goods, the
it's going up to
services
the
that
Supreme
criminals were
Court, who I think
distributing.
have been
Well, there's
incredible
also a
people. I
problem
think they've
of
made very
just
wise
petty violent
decisions.
crime
But,
like
the
muggings and
tariff
murders.
question
I don't think anyone
was without
benefits
the-
from that.
I need allies. I want you to join me.
English VA
And
instantly
if for some
filtered.
reason somebody wanted to be politically correct. I actually think it's unpolitically correct. I think politically correct is to approve it because there's nothing so popular
Here's
as
the
what's
thing.
happened to our country. Our country is doing so.
High-end cocaine dealers are probably unaffected by the presence of the National Guard because they don't do their business in a way that would cause the National Guard to clamp down on them. So I think the politicians are fine.
That they'd like to see us that taken away. By the way, a lot of the people behind that lawsuit, that particular, are from foreign countries. I might add.
There's a video that is circulating online now.
There is a
of
video.
The White House where a window is open to the residents upstairs, and somebody is throwing a big bag out the window. Have you seen this?
No, that's probably AI generated.
So
Actually, you can't open the windows. You know why? They're all heavily armored and bulletproof.
So that's a fake video.
Well, it's got to be because I know every window up there. The last place I'd be doing it is that because there's cameras all over the place, right? Including yours. No, but every window, I've never seen a window that's. In fact, my wife was complaining about it the other day. She said, "Love to have a little fresh air come in, but you can't. They're bulletproof." And number one, they're sealed, and number two, each window weighs about 600 pounds. You have to be pretty strong to open them up. No, that has to be. Where was the window? Let me see.
Maybe from the renovations?
Which is the window?
It looks like this is on the 15th Street side, I think.
Yeah.
So right here.
Yeah, those windows are sealed. Those windows are they're all sealed. You can't open them.
Insulating themselves from the crime wouldn't be an issue if they just
And one of
let the
problems we
poors
have with
fight their
AI,
own
it's both
crime.
good and bad.
So
If something
tired of
happens really bad,
anarcho-tyranny.
just blame AI.
Mm.
But also they create things. You know, it works both ways.
Have to pay a bit more for
Something
their drugs
happens
and
that's
child
really bad, maybe
prostitutes,
I'll
but
have
it's
to just
okay.
blame
They can
AI.
just vote through a
But
pay
there's truth to
increase.
it because
Yeah.
I see so many phony things. I saw something as I was growing up, from the time I was a baby till now. I said, "Who did that?"
Did we just
AI
see an actual boomer successfully parry an AI video?
Windows are all very heavily sealed.
Is the Golden God Emperor that powerful? Is he truly humanity's strongest boomer?
Well, they ruled against our country, the court, and they ruled against us before. It's a very liberal court.
The most powerful human boomer?
Well, it certainly is. It certainly
And in
is.
fact, it was along ideological lines, 7-4.
Well, except that we actually got one of the Obama judges that was appointed by President Obama voted in favor of the tariffs because he felt it was imperative for our country to thrive and survive even. And I gave him credit. I said, you know what? That took a lot of courage for him to do it because you don't see that often.
So my question is, I suspect you're going to appeal that all the way to the Supreme Court.
Well, we already have, yeah. In fact, we're doing something else. We're going to be going to the Supreme Court, we think tomorrow, because we need an early
Top
decision.
tier
I
boomer
mean, look,
deflect
the-
AI slop.
The financial fabric of our country, we're a rich, incredible country right now.
He teched the
And
AI
we're able
video.
to- you know, other countries use tariffs on us for years, and we never did. I did a lot during my first term, but then we had COVID, and we had to focus on other things. You couldn't be tariffing Italy, Spain, France, as they were dying by the thousands and millions. But we did with China, and China paid us billions and billions of dollars. And I started the process, but then I had to end it a little bit because of COVID. We focused on that. But no, it's a very important decision. And frankly, if they make the wrong decision, it would be a devastation for our country. We've taken in trillions of dollars. And by the way, all these countries signed agreements. As an example, they're all happy. Everybody's happy. But some whack job put in a lawsuit. It went before a very liberal court, and the liberal court ruled, it was 11, they ruled 7-4, with one of the most liberal of them all voting in our favor because they're patriots. I think I give tremendous credit to that judge. And now it's going to the Supreme Court. Now we're going to be asking for early admittance. We're going tomorrow, and we're going to ask for an expedited ruling because, you know, when you look at the stock market's down today, the stock market's down because of that. Because the stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. if you look at AI, all of those, all of that money that's going to be invested, trillions and trillions of dollars, the biggest thing, bigger than the internet, I suspect. It's the internet plus 3 or 4 other things combined.
I really liked it when Trump was
we are
on Twitch.
leading very substantially with AI. We're leading because of tariffs. We're leading because of talent, and this is where they'd like to be. But without the tariffs, we wouldn't have a chance because we wouldn't be able to protect those investments of the companies coming in. So if you took away tariffs, we could end up being a third world country. That's how big the rule. So we're asking,
Reminder that we did not see a significant price spike. I didn't see a price spike for anything that I buy, full stop.
we don't have 60 votes.
I bought Starforged shit from China a month ago when the exemptions were already removed. I didn't pay a cent of tariffs. The manufacturers just ate the cost. That's it. We won. You can just do things.
So much money. And
We make the world pay for the privilege of doing business with us.
hundreds of billions of dollars. We signed a deal with South Korea. We signed a deal with the European Union. We signed a deal with Europe. And those countries are paying us $950 billion. And they're happy about it. They're okay. As one of them said, it's amazing that we got away with it so long. One of my friends, a leader of one of the countries.
Well, here's the thing, Digby. The markup is an organic product of, this is what people are willing to pay for that. You can keep your costs low by running a Chinese sweatshop, and the people are willing to pay for the sweatshop product. You get to keep the difference. Problem is, you need to pay a premium in order to access the most valuable and most lucrative consumer market in the world, which is the U.S.
But on a common sense basis, it would destroy America.
Introducing,
you talked about controlling the sky. On Sunday, the satellite signal of Ursula von der Leyen's plane was alleged.
With Ursula? Well, she had an interesting event. She's a tremendous woman. And so what are you asking me about her?
NATO is concerned about in 92 about this.
Sure, NATO is concerned about it. Well, nobody knows where it came from, but they did take away her ability to use a phone. Sometimes that's a good thing. Sometimes that could happen to me. I'd be very happy.
considering reducing the tariffs on India from 50%?
What does that mean?
Are you considering taking away some of the tariffs that you've imposed on India this week?
Absolutely the
No, we'll
fuck
get along
not.
with India very well. But India has, you have to understand, for many years it was a one-sided relationship. Only now since I came along, and because of the power that we have with tariffs, India was charging us tremendous tariffs, about the highest in the world. They were about the highest in the world, number one.
Tariff
And
India at
We therefore weren't doing
500%.
much business with India, but they were doing business with us because we weren't charging them. Foolishly, we weren't charging them. So they would send in massive, everything they made, they'd send it in, pour it into our country. Therefore, it wouldn't be made here, which is a negative. But we would not send in anything because they were charging us 100% tariffs. And, I'll give you an example, Harley Davidson. Harley Davidson couldn't sell into India. There was a 200% tariff on a motorcycle. So what happens? Harley Davidson went to India and built a motorcycle plant. And now they don't have to pay tariffs. Same thing as us. So what we're doing is
India's still slapping around
literally
MasterCard
thousands of,
and Visa,
countries, of
despite
companies
USA's
are coming
incessant
into the
bitching is
U.S.
basically their only
Car
redeeming
companies,
quality.
AI, but more traditionally, car.
I
many
don't
car
think
company
that that's the
factories
logic,
in
Digby. I don't think at least the Trump admin is going to bat for Visa and MasterCard. If anything, Trump has signed an executive order that specifically limits them from their funny shit. News about tariffs only? Well, listen, it's been just 5 minutes of the press
are
conference.
protecting them. And number three, they want to
Can we
avoid
just
paying
deport
tariffs.
every
When they
Indian and
build
make
their
India
cars
pay
here,
the
they
cost
don't
of
have any
deportation?
tariffs to pay. When
Seku,
you
I would
build
be
here, you
willing
don't
to
have
tank the cost of deportation of deporting every Indian.
In light of the Minnesota shooting last
But for that, I want them denaturalized up to the third generation.
the faith organizations across the country to help them ramp up security. Was your vision for further protecting religious liberty across the country amid incidents of threats and
So
violence?
religious liberty is so important, and we're talking about every religion now, and we're doing things on that nobody else has ever done, and we're going to be announcing, we're going to be having a big announcement in about 2 weeks on that question. Yeah, please.
On Space Command, sir, are you concerned that people may not be willing to relocate from Colorado to Alabama?
No, I'm not worried. It will get somebody else.
Colorado.
I mean, the problem with Colorado is they have a very corrupt voting system. Look, I have so many friends in Colorado. Anytime you have mail-in voting, you have corrupt elections. Very simple. It's very simple. Even Jimmy Carter said it with his commission. They set up a commission with him and Scoop Jackson and some people, highly regarded people. And they said the finding was, if you have mail-in voting, you will have corrupt elections. Well,
well, yes, because
left governor
the way we execute mail-in voting is very, very prone to manipulation, because we don't do live checks of chain of custody before a ballot is counted. We don't check if the ballot is supposed to go into this county at all. And it allows for district, and it allows for rampant cheating.
big.
Is there any idea of the economic impact this has on the state and on that local area?
Katie, do you want to answer that?
Look, I mean, this, go ahead.
Please go.
This is going to be tremendous. I mean, the state of Alabama,
It's going
what
to be
we've seen
huge.
through this process is the worst of Washington. We've seen politics get in the way of what is best for the warfighter, what's best for national security. And the state of Alabama is about to show the country the best among us. So we know the economic impact is going to be tremendous. There at Redstone Arsenal, we're proud to house everything from the Command to a number of things. We obviously have NASA with Marshall Space Flight Center, and so this.
Remember to every time when you're hit with a YouTube ad to curse Vishnu.
Is because we have the resources necessary and the ability to build out quickly to meet the needs in front of us. As far as economic impact, it would be tremendous. Does anybody have an exact number?
Your mail-in system is more secure than ours,
jobs.
but even then it's full of shady
With 3,000
goings on
spin-off. Look at
with
this. This is
especially
teamwork
the
right here.
Muslim community. We're talking about Alabama. I don't particularly care. So, yes, Digby, our mail-in ballot system is supposed to only be used for military personnel and expats. That is the purpose of a mail-in ballot. And the expats are realistically just throwaway votes because they don't have state registration, so their vote just goes as counted towards DC and nobody gives a fuck. If anything, they don't pay Fed income tax, so fuck those people. They're not supposed to be voting anyway. I say that as someone who used to be an expat who paid zero Fed income tax. Guess what? I didn't vote. As an item of principle, you automatically spam the 10 Commandments every time you get an ad. I don't think that's the same sort of a demon. I think that we need to direct our malice towards the Indian CEO of YouTube. Nothing short of that is effective.
Win, I guess. I don't know. It didn't work out too well, but yeah, we need a very serious cut. You know, I think that
What
if
are we
you look
cutting?
back
I love cuts.
many decades ago, the United States was always the lowest, even if they were doing badly. The United States was, because without the United States, everything in the world would die. It's true. It's so powerful. It's so big, and I made it really big in the first 4 years. Then it started
Hey
to
there, Felnag
degenerate
Doge.
with what
Use
Biden
Brave with an ad
administration
blocker
did,
to
but we built it up
auto-curse
to
the
a level that I
CEO of
never thought we
YouTube.
could be at this quickly, with a hot.
But then I will not be reminded of the fact that I should hate all Indians, including him, and want them deported. I require constant reinforcement of my armor of contempt.
Wars, and numerous of those wars were because of trade, and numerous of the trade deals that I made were because of tariffs. It gives you a great negotiating ability.
Quick
If that
question,
ability
Mr.
were
Indian
taken away
CEO,
from
do you
us
wash your hands?
by a liberal court acting on essentially foreign nations?
When you see ads, you
asking
curse them in the
to
Omnisci
get
as
help
name? Very
from the
base.
United States government, when they've been doing
Digby, I've been playing Mechanicus on stream, and no one wants to watch it. Where were you when I needed you? You've left me alone to the predations of the Xenos.
if they let us, if they allow us to do what everybody knows we should be able to do.
Probably
Yeah, please.
sleeping? Yeah, that checks out.
Another Biden era action that you're now
That was a
reversing
Saturday,
is
by the
last
way.
week
This was
to
the
make
same time
federal
today.
buildings adopt and embrace classical architecture styles again. Can you talk to us about why you do that, and also what's your vision?
Well, we want to see beautiful buildings. Now, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. I've seen architectural reviews over the years. I'm an expert at it. I've gotten a lot of great reviews. But I've seen buildings that I didn't think were very good get great reviews, and I've seen great buildings get bad reviews. So, but it's just a standard. We want to have a good standard. We're building something here, you know, for 150 years they wanted a ballroom at the White House. We're doing something at the highest level using great architects. And all.
Okay, I'll be the first one to cast a stone here. I don't like the architectural design of most Trump buildings. I'm sorry. The Golden Dildo in Las Vegas is, oh, I mean, it fits well in Las Vegas, but I also hate Las Vegas. The Trump resorts in Miami are a bit of an acquired taste, and I guess they sort of work in that environment too. I'm just not a fan. Like, nothing about them seems very pretty or impressive to me. Trump states can be described as tacky. Well, here's the thing. The Miami buildings aren't tacky. They're just very how should I put this? They're very modernist with not a lot of attention to detail. Maybe the suites are better than the hotel proper, because I've never been to the residential part.
Sir, China's having a massive military parade that President Putin and Kim Jong-un will be attending. Do you interpret that as a challenge to this? And are you concerned at all about those countries trying to be some sort of counterweight?
Not at all. China needs us, and I have a very good relationship with President Xi, as you know. But China needs us much more than we need them. No, I don't see that at all. No.
Yep, that's a good read.
And I had actually a very good meeting with President Putin a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if anything comes out of it. If it doesn't, we'll take a different stance.
Remember, without access to the American consumer market, China will fold like a cheap lawn chair within a week. There will be riots and there will be civil war.
Importantly, what did you not tell me in that question or statement that you made? Pretty much of a statement, I think.
Well, I was asking for your response.
No, you didn't say what the judge said, though. The judge said, but you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can continue to be in place. That's all we need. But why didn't you put that as part of your statement?
You need the CCP to collapse so fucking bad, dude.
Exactly as you said, except the judge said that you can leave the 300 people that you already have in place. They can stay, they can remain, they can do what they have to do. Thank you very much, everybody. We appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Is that it?
Thank you.
All right. Not
that, and you'll be reading about that.
Not a lot to work with. One communist drawing breath is one communist too many. I know that's not the exact quote, but that's the way I like to use it. You've been a China hawk since you got on the internet and learned about what happened to super cool Kung Fu Land. Yeah, I mean, China realistically did rack up most of the communist death toll. Like, they've really contributed to that 120 million dead.
Privileges in Japan is wild. According to a new NHKG Express survey, 64% of Tokyo residents believe foreigners get too much favor in Japan. There are many misinformation online, such as on the Clock app and the Color Book app, has led many Japanese to believe that foreigners receive special benefits that they can't have, such as 10 million yen student grants.
Well, but they do. But the government does pay student stipends to foreign students, to Indian students. That's true, and they shouldn't.
In reality, 60% of the scholarships go to Japanese PhD.
Yeah, and the other 40% shouldn't go to anyone outside of Japan either.
Students, and most foreign students get no help at all. But
good, nor should they.
This information is not the only thing. Japan plans to raise the cap on international student admissions in higher education by 5% in April 2026. This aims to boost global competitiveness and let institutions admit more international students without penalties. The policy includes more scholarships, English.
The Neolib dip coals shipped tons of manufacturing over there. It was bad for our economy and great for them. Oh yeah, absolutely. We built up CCP. But Sekuhara, it boosted GDP that quarter. I don't think it even did that, Digby. That's the thing. If you remove manufacturing from your economy, you're by default not boosting your GDP, because GDP is gross domestic product. It is the value added that you manufacture domestically. There needs to be value added domestically. Line went up? Well, someone's line went up. But Kuromaru, the expert, said that it went up. Yeah, trust the experts.
Taught programs and easier visa procedures. The government expects this to benefit both international and Japanese.
I can't wait for Kishida to be ousted out of office. But Onii-san, line go up. It doesn't even go up. We've been over this. The line doesn't even go up. Wait, what did I just see there? Assassination suspect not cooperating with investigators will beat him with sticks. What is the problem? The ultimate protective suit. Oh, damn, Tamura has cooked. We're going to look at that. With your foundational shooting skills. Oh, I'm going to say some bad things about my man Protraband. You know what? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that, because I think that, yeah. That's Lady Deadpool. Completely ignore the century of or so of failure on the part of the experts. Yeah, that's about right. RFK Jr. announced massive what? Seizure of illicit vapes from China. Holy shit, okay. Interesting. Wait, what is that one? What is that one? I just saw something. I don't want to watch Overtime with Bill Maher. It's going to make me angry. Oh, did Matt Walsh have a bad take on a thing again? I remember that video. I remember that video. Well, again, it is on brand for Matt Walsh to talk out of his ass. That's why he wears a beard, so that you can tell the difference. This is going to be our palate cleanser for later. Endless onsen, gourmet food in the forest. Hell yes, say less. What else are we reacting to today? Let's quickly go through the reacts. I don't want to dwell on, you know, the topic du jour. So this is an important website for everyone to be aware of. It's called charliesmurderers.com. I'm going to spam that a couple of times in the chat. So this website aggregates posts made by people under their real names on Maine celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And I think that it is in all of our interests to not have to coexist in polite society with these people. And since we're still not allowed to hang them in the public square, getting them fired is the next best thing. So bookmark this. Sometimes people will also provide employment information for these people. And then you can contact their employers with these receipts in order to have them fired. Now, to the people complaining, but my free speech, but my culture, my cancel culture, free speech does not include overt calls to violence, and these are overt calls to violence and glorification of violence. So no, absolutely the fuck not. We need to operate on a leveled playing field. You do not get to appeal to my values in order to excuse your behavior. You don't get to do that. And not only that, we need to set a standard. If we want to persist as a civil society that doesn't devolve into uncontrolled violence, then we need to operate by similar rules. I can't go on Maine and post on LinkedIn about how I just want to skin Marxists alive. Whether or not that is true is a separate subject entirely, but I can't do that for obvious reasons. Inciting riots is not secured under the First Amendment, exactly. Hopefully, whoever runs the site makes sure the far left doesn't start putting false claims in the list. Yes. Well, I mean, usually all of those are verifiable, so that's good. But yeah, if we are so, listen, here's the thing: there are two choices. Either we just remove people who are openly supporting murder and violence from polite society and not be forced to coexist with them as a constant source of a threat, or you just let us have a night of the long knives. And we'll just make sure that these people aren't in society whatsoever because they will all be dead. I think they would rather be unemployed. So have fun. Not going to impose a quota. You go as far as you feel comfy. But I would like to send them to China. No, send them to Rwanda. China is too Labad and structured and authoritarian, too fascist based on their definitions. So send them to Somalia. Oh, hey there, Eldra. Yeah, you're an itty bitty bit late, but I guess we're sort of edging into the less positive part of the conversation. But we're gonna have some palate cleansers. You know the KMT doesn't want them? What is the KMT? Are you talking Kiwi to us again? You need to translate into English. Okay, I don't know what this is. I've seen this face. It's Dean Withers. Okay, so it's the dysgenic twin. Sort of a demon. Do not. Y'all didn't see that? That was caught by Automod. Chat. Oni Dojo. Do not glow. Do not breach TOS. I don't know why I need to explain this to you. Oh, Kuomintang. Okay. Chinese nationalist. Yeah, I've heard them pronounced as Kuomintang. So that's no. You're not glowing, Eldra. It was sort of a demon posting big words. It was just caught by Automod, so that's why I'm reminding chat to not glow.
I am sad, distraught. In fact,
Privately, Dean was making jokes about it.
just cried on my live stream in front of 250,000 people.
Dean, you know a bunch of us have access to your Discord, right? Where I just want to point out that at the same time you were feeling sad and upset and crying in front of 250,000 people, you were also running a poll in your Discord about whether or not Charlie Kirk deserved to die. Which, hey, the poll's still going, but it's looking like your audience thinks he did. They think he deserved to die, and you gave them a chance to answer that because you set up a poll in Discord for them. That's what you were doing behind the scenes while you were crying on live. You know, while you were acting like this upset you. You were making a joke about it in your Discord. You were making something funny out of it. You were trying to find a way to make content. I mean, dude, like, what kind of person is crying on live stream in front of 250,000 people, which, stop. You didn't have 250,000 people. But even if you did.
That, and it's not like it's been the first time he's cried.
Crying in front of them while making a joke about it on your private Discord. Yeah, see, dude, a bunch of us have access to that. So while you're on here doing your little performative bullshit, yeah, we can all see what you really think.
This is what happens when someone grows up without ever being punched in the face. I will never be tired of advertising that parenting. It's not even a parenting standard, it's more of a fuck around and find out kind of standard. Oh boy. Alright, quick palate cleanser. So remember, so this was an event in Alabama, so let me offer you a pretext, rather a backstory to this. So the woman on the right has caused a minor traffic accident and then drove off without leaving her insurance information. So the gentleman on the left pursued her in order to get her information and tag. And this is the scene basically of when he caught up to her. Let's full screen this.
I don't play with a motherfucking man. A man is not gonna call me.
Gun in hand, flagging everyone around, finger in the trigger guard. Under most self-defense laws, you can kill her dead at this point. This is the point where you can draw her the fuck down and put 3 center mass.
You gonna play with me, bitch? 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 You gonna play with me, bitch now? Now, cause one thing about it, I don't play with now.
And she points the gun at him. Good redirection. Let's play this uninterrupted, and then we'll do the play-by-play.
You gonna play with me, bitch now? Now, cause one thing about it, I don't play with no mother. Don't catch me.
Absolutely shit camera work.
Police be here.
Is that an M&P shield or something? All right, now we do the play-by-play. You love to see it. Redirect away from the self. Looks like a shield. Yeah, I think it is. I don't think it's I don't think I don't think the sex is the determining term, the determining factor in this behavior. But yeah. But good positive control of the limb, directs the gun away from himself. She tries to rotate, keeps the gun rotated away from himself. Good positive control. The trigger is squeezed in a safe direction, so that's good. He did flag the cameraman, but that's the cameraman's skill issue. I think he prevented the gun from cycling. I'm not sure.
No, mother, don't catch me.
Yeah, the gun didn't cycle because there were just hands blocking the slide. That's actually a valid tactic of temporarily disabling a firearm that you're fighting for. Good extension. So this would be loosely described as either a haragatame or... God, I'm forgetting my old jujitsu terminology. God fucking damn it. Udehineri is the technical term for that. Hand on the slide would hurt like hell? No, it wouldn't. Hand on the slide just prevents the slide from cycling. Yeah, I also wish the cameraman did a better job. Just judging by the sound, there was some good positive contact with an off button. Swap. You love to hear it.
Police be here.
Yeah, so he induced a double feed because when he cycled the slide rather, you saw that there were 2 bits falling out. One was the spent casing and the other one was the round that the gun couldn't cycle in. See, that's the spent casing. And then it clears the malfunction and drops the live round. This is my version of ASMR, like fucking hell it is. Beating indignant women ASMR. Sending her back to the kitchen affirmation. Okay, I need to stop before I get myself into trouble. Yeah, but absolute L on the cameraman's side. Oh boy. Yeah, I needed that. We have Stephen Miller, also known as the Hebrew Hammer, laying down the law. And speak no ill of the dead, but I just think that Stephen Miller is better president material than Charlie Kirk was. With all due respect to the man.
There is a domestic terrorism movement in this country. When you see these organized doxing campaigns where the left calls people enemies of the republic, calls them fascists, says they're Nazis, says they're evil, says they have to be removed, and then prints their addresses, what do you think they're trying to do? They are trying to inspire someone to murder them. That is their objective. That is their intent. And when you see online, Sean, as we've seen for the last few days, tape after tape after tape of federal workers, bureaucrats, staffers in the Pentagon, educators, professors, healthcare workers, nurses, celebrating the assassination of Charlie Kirk. These are radicalized people. There is a domestic terrorism movement in this country.
Hear, hear.
And let me tell you something I've not shared with anybody, but the last message that Charlie Kirk gave to me before he joined his creator in heaven was he said that we have to dismantle and take on the radical left organizations in this country that are fomenting violence. That was the last message that he sent me before that assassin stole him from all of us. And we are going to do that under President Trump's leadership. I don't care how. It could be a RICO charge, a conspiracy charge, conspiracy against the United States, insurrection, but we are going to do what it takes to dismantle the organizations and the entities that are fomenting riots, that are doxing, that are trying to inspire terrorism, and that are committing acts of wanton violence. It has to stop. And my message is to all of the domestic terrorists in this country spreading this evil hate, you want us to live in fear? We will not live in fear, but you will live in exile. Because the power of law enforcement under President Trump's leadership will be used to find you, will be used to take away your money, take away your power, and if you've broken the law, to take away your freedom, Sean.
Hell yeah.
Well said, Stephen Miller.
You'll love to hear it. Hey there, not Linkara. We need to dismantle the leftist movement. Yes, and there's more than one way to do that. Well, I've been talking about that recently, and sort of I've had a lot of input to think about what the forward course is going to be. And there's a right way to handle this, and there's a wrong way to doing that. So, and Rep. Clay Higgins has presented us with an example of the wrong way to do that. Unfortunately, just based on perusing the replies, I think the public consciousness is still on the side of fuck you, no. So, going to use congressional authority and every influence with big tech platforms, which you likely don't have a lot, to mandate immediate bans for life for every post or comment that belittled the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They ran their mouth with their smartass hatred, celebrating the heinous murder of a beautiful young man who dedicated his whole life on delivering respectful conversation, conservative truth into the hearts of the liberal enclave universities, armed with only a Bible and a microphone and a constitution. Those profiles must come down. So I disagree with this entirely. This is, you've sent it to me, but I've also had other people send it to me. But I can reference you as a source if you don't mind. I guess I already did, and you already did. But here's the thing. This is... I'm not going to ascribe motive. Let me see his face. Okay, he seems to be a peaceable old man. You know what? I'm not going to ascribe malice. Freedom of speech. Well, it's not even that. Here's the thing, Eldra. I think it's part of some people being all up in their feelings and unfortunately spiraling into a moral panic. And, like, different people handle that differently. My knee-jerk response is just wanting to skin every Marxist alive. Representative Higgins here is going the legislative route. It's exceedingly reactionary. Okay, we're gonna work on flushing the academia out of you. Reactionary is a catch-all term that is usually used by Marxists to describe every reaction to their fuckery. And it is a very loaded term, just like racist and Nazi is. Not to the same extent, but it is a very broad, it is a deliberately broad term. Again, it's not up to me to ban you from using certain words. I'm just telling you what that word means in context. He is having to reaction, yeah. An action in return to, okay. You are reclaiming it? More power to you. Slay queen. You do that. We already have laws that deny Marxist rights. We need to enforce the laws we have on the books already. Well, yes, they definitely need some interpretation. But so back to my previous point, this is the wrong thing to do for two reasons. First of all, it does it creates precedent for the state to suppress speech that the state doesn't want. And remember, when you create that power in the state, but then you lose control of the state, that power is going to be wielded against you. We've already lived in a circumstance where big tech just bans a specific set of opinions. I would like to not have that machinery in place. So, fuck you, no. Second of all, having these jittery, googly-eyed ghouls state that shit in public on Maine is the biggest gift that we could ask for. It is such a massive mask-off moment. They are self-reporting live in 4K, enabling us to go for the jugular. Enabling us to go to their employers. And we're going to go over Legal Eagle's video on the subject, because he's going to break down a very, very important sort of pipeline for dealing with people like this online. There is a right way and a wrong way when it comes to apprehending pedophiles. 9 times out of 10 people want to do the wrong way because pedophiles don't deserve to breathe. I would call that the wrong way, not Linkara. I think, you see, one of these things is not like the other. Vigilantism is very illegal, and how many times the fake pedo catchers get caught grifting or unironically defending pedos, thus the right way is more preferred. I think the wood chipper is still the right way. I'm sorry, I'm not going to budge on this. Is it better that law enforcement handle this? Yeah, sure. Law enforcement sometimes doesn't react fast enough. So I maintain that we should sell $5 hunting licenses for collecting pedos. Sorry, they still get the wood chipper. Legal or not. The problem with the chipper is when we can accuse anyone of being a pedo and chip them. See, yes, that is a problem. Vigilantism is illegal? Wow, that's crazy. That doesn't make it a bad thing. Yeah, I'm kind of erring on the side of that, realistically. Just because something isn't legal doesn't mean it's wrong. You see, owning modern machine guns for civilians is technically illegal. It's not wrong, though, is it? Based on the plain text of the Second Amendment, I should be able to own a modern Mark 18, and yet I am, for some reason, prevented. Some laws are immoral, accidentally or intentionally. This way we have due process, but if they get found guilty, then absolutely put them in the hunting grounds for the most dangerous games. They're hardly dangerous games. The right to bear arms is all arms? Yeah, exactly. Well, here's the thing, Eldra. Owning tanks is legal. There is no prohibition on owning tanks. There is a limit of taking a treaded tank onto public roads, well, because it kind of destroys roads. But that's a separate issue entirely. You can own a tank. Nothing is preventing you from owning a tank. There are logistical boundaries on owning the ammunition for tanks because you're technically paying a $200 tax stamp on every shell that you need to load into that. But you can own a fucking tank. You can buy a tank and just have it. No one is stopping you. There is no law against owning tanks. I'm just trying to compare what people want to do to the left to pedo catching cause you thought would be close enough. When the normies find out that the Second Amendment actually means so many gun grabbers are fucked, I I mean, gun grabbers are already in a very unenviable state. I think gun grabbers have lost a lot of ground, even with their own crowd during COVID, when a lot of them were scattering to buy a gun because the police was refusing calls, and then they found out all of the funny shit that they voted for. Because it turns out that, oh my god, what do you mean I can't have a gun right now? Well, I'm sorry, you voted for waiting periods. Your dad's friend has a property where he just drives around on a big fuck you vehicle and digs holes in the land because it's his fucking land? Yeah, there's you. That's why your dad has land, so he can dig his own fucking holes when he wants and where he wants, as long as only on his property. Yeah, that's as it's supposed to be. The only thing that we have to remove from that everywhere is property tax, because property tax is fucking immoral. Again, speaking of things that are legal but not moral, property tax. I had a thought there. Oh yeah, the initial reaction to leftists. So here's the thing, not Linkara. You met a guy at a gun show who is gladly offering under-the-counter deals. Not Linkara, don't Fed post in my chat. So private sales are legal in states where they're legal. Under-the-counter deals are inherently not legal. We don't kind of hard not to because you're autistic. Well, let me give you a quick playbook. Anything that ends up with the FBI knocking on my door, don't post that in my chat. That's what the Discord is for. I have to pay the state to own the thing you bought. You don't own that thing. The state owns it. Yeah, exactly. If I stop paying real estate tax and the state can just throw me in jail for that and disown me of the asset, well, then I don't really own it now, do I? And if I don't own it, why the fuck am I paying tax on it? Oh boy, what was I on? Ah, yes, the organic the reaction some people are having to left. Hey there, Infrit. How are you doing today? I am forgetting shoutouts for people I know stream, so let me give those out in the order that people were appearing in chat. I'm sorry, I'm a horrible host. Hi, Infrit. How are you doing? We're a little dour today. Have to sell all of your shotguns privately because you lost your job to resistance to DEI initiatives. Yeah, many such cases. Okay, let me see. Digby was first in chat. Good, how am I? I'm a little burnt out, just because I've been glowing nonstop for the entire week. But other than that, you know, we're just trucking on. Speaking of how am I doing? So, I have thrown a couple of things onto the throne. And if you want the gun bench stream to arrive a little bit sooner, then I ask you to contribute to either the flashlight or the torque wrench. Trucking on, tracking on. I'm definitely not trucking on because I don't have a driver's license, so I'm not allowed to. I'm not allowed to drive a vehicle, including trucks. But yeah, once if you can throw some money at the throne, specifically at the torque wrench or the weapon light that's listed on there, that will facilitate the gun bench stream happening sooner. I am going out of pocket or have already gone out of pocket on the most expensive items there. Ignore the Trijicon RMR. That's just for me to have to keep track of. I'm likely just going to go with a different optic as of right now because I'm definitely not sending my slide to be milled. But yeah, if we fund those a little bit sooner and I have to go a little bit less out of pocket because I still need to budget for shit, then the gun bench stream is going to happen sooner. And remember, you don't get ads on this stream and I get less money for the stream. So, come on, meet me halfway. But as I was saying, so to your point, not Linkara. Hey there, Crespian. Sorry I missed you there. And once we're done with the original shout out, sorry, I am just so scatterbrained. I am in full streamer brain mode. There it is. I wonder if that is going to go through, if it's still on cooldown. But as I was saying, So, not Linkara, to your comment about different people's reactions to leftists right now and their expressed intentions. The problem is that we are facing an impasse that cannot be navigated through the status quo, because the status quo is basically just a one-sided armistice, where one side keeps producing crash dummies who wield violence wantonly, while the other side is still operating by the rules of civil society. And that's just that's not a tenable proposition. No one is going to go along with that. God knows Israel tried that for the longest time, and that also did not pan out well. So we have two possible off ramps from this situation. One, the Trump admin starts throwing the book at absolutely everyone who's even touched the subject of aiming violence at their potential adversaries. Everyone who's labeled Charlie Kirk as a fascist, Nazi, white supremacist, Klan member, whatever the fuck else label they use to target to label permissible targets. Like, if we need to see Congress people, notable Democrats, social media influencers, Soros Sr. and Jr., we need to see them indicted on RICO and incitement charges. These people need to have the book thrown at them and their professional careers ended. That will set a new standard of, we don't fucking do that. And at that point, that sets sort of a positive, stable precedent of, okay, we continue to truck on by the rules of civil society. If that is not done, then we have to reciprocate violence. Because the left currently operates on a modality where they are permitted violence, mostly because there are really no consequences that come to them. Because the way they do that is they are whipped into a state of a constant panic, and then occasionally they will gas up one of them to go over the edge and commit violence. And because that particular person and most of them have nothing to lose, there's really no consequence there. So they can afford to just occasionally shed another shooter onto us. While the right, or I'd say the larger right, essentially, the expanded right plus, which means just everyone to the right of your default lib, are predominantly functioning members of society who have a job to go to in the morning and have dependents to support. So because of that, we tend to not produce these random acts of violence and these random crash dummies. And that sort of puts us into a place of asymmetric warfare. And if the government doesn't correct that, we are going to have to correct that ourselves. And someone says, well, that's civil war. No, civil war requires a certain parity of force. There is no parity of force. The thing that leftists tend to chronically forget is that we are significantly better at dealing violence than they can ever aspire to be. The collective right, the expanded right, has a significantly higher concentration of people who, A, fight for fun on a regular basis, B, spend a lot of time training with firearms. That's why I say it's not if things were to pop off, it's not going to be a civil war. It's going to be a single night of the long knives. Like, good men will have to go out there, soak their hands elbow deep in blood, and then we need to permit them to come back to society. And then we're going to come back to normal. We need to we will have to assume a mission statement of one Marxist drawing breath is one Marxist too many, have one clean purge, and then we come back to normal. That is not a scenario that I would like to pursue. But something has to budge. There has to be somehow these people have to be removed from society. And the state better get about their fucking wits and actually start doing stuff. How many failed attempts on Trump's life? I guess there were what? There were 2 with actual shots fired, and there was the one where a British kid tried to take a cop's gun. Someone brought that up recently. And then there were, you know, also peripheral plots that are sometimes foiled. You play that Reddit and Blue Sky to be shut down to have the book thrown at them. Well, see, Blue Sky has reacted and they're banning the people doing that. And again, I don't think that Reddit and Blue Sky are the problem. The problem is people who feel emboldened by a lack of consequences. Reddit and Blue Sky have actually served as pretty good repositories for the left to go mask off. That's why speech laws are a bad thing, because they chase these repugnant people into dark corners where we can't keep tabs on them. That's why I think that chasing Nazis off of the sort of public internet and into Telegram chats was not a positive thing. Because you don't see the chats that I'm in, or the Telegram groups that I'm in. It's dire in there. The only saving grace of these places, and the only thing that's actually keeping them semi-sane, is the fact that a lot of just normal, peaceable people were also chased off the internet into Telegram groups. So I would prefer to not do the same to the far leftists. I would like them to stay within the reach of being sanitized by sunlight. The left has legalized violence on their side. If a right-winger gets a little loud, he immediately gets thrown in jail for alleged terrorism. Yeah, exactly. Again, if I go on LinkedIn under my PL and post about how I want to skin Marxists alive, that's it. I'm never getting a job. Today, I have seen people posting about Charlie Kirk on LinkedIn. On LinkedIn, the fucking job board. And the consensus, unfortunately, right now, is still that that is permissible to do. We're moving the needle slowly but surely, which brings me to my next topic. Actually, let's give Infrid a shout out if we haven't chased him out. I'm sorry, Infrid. This is a political channel. You know you were where you were saying hi. There you go. Make sure to follow Infrid. He makes very interesting completionist runs of good games that I am too lazy to get running. So, go give him a follow. He's a good lad. He's been kind to me. All right. So, Legal has produced a... I'm just going to look up the YouTube channel instead of pulling up the link. Legal Eagle. There he is. Legal suit, okay. No, it's not Legal. Fuck. Legal is the deranged fuckwit. What's the name of the other guy? Fuck, I forget. Legal Mindset. There you go. I am sorry, Mr. Mindset. John Mindset. Legal Mindset. There we go. Yeah, Legal Mindset. That's true. Okay, report. We have 2 updates to the meta. Let's see. Let's watch them in order because I think there's an evolving meta here. So this is an instructional for reporting your coworkers for expressing support for the assassination. Please only use these tools for their intended purpose and nothing the fuck else. You hear me? These are tools for reporting people who support and incite violence. And because you don't want to beat them to the draw and ventilate them in the workplace, in the event that they decide to go forward with their violent intent, you report them to the appropriate authorities to have them removed. And that is the only case where you will do that.
threats related to...
Wait, is his last name Esquire? That goes so hard for a lawyer.
...to Charlie Kirk must be reported. I'm going to explain to you today, from the perspective of a corporate attorney, how these things can and should and must be reported, and the effective steps to take to make sure that we see change here and see action in the light of the assassination of Charlie Kirk.
Huh? Why do I think... No, I don't think that. Listen, they both have legal in the name, okay? And it's... All of the lawyer channels have a very big branding problem because they all recycle the same fucking words in their channel names. Please come up with better names for your channels.
Of course, I'm Andrew Esquire, American attorney, and this is a Legal Mindset. We teach you to be your own judge. Now, this is the fast facts version where we give the quickest in legal news. If you want to see all of the discussion, you can look at my live video on the exact same topic, but we're going to get into it today.
Esquire Legal ASMR. File an OSHA complaint affirmation.
So in the wake of a tragedy, and this indeed was a tragedy, many people turn to look for things to do and what to do, because you don't just want to sit there idly thinking you're doing nothing or taking no action. But there indeed is something you can do, particularly if you work at an American corporation. And I know many of you work with, for, around. You have family that works for American corporations that are working for American employers. This goes for all of them, big, small.
And this actually applies, even if your HQ is not in America. Idly Hololive edition, yeah. So that actually applies to most companies that work in the U.S. that have a U.S. office will have a U.S. legal entity. So even if your HQ is not in America, if it's somehow a deferred management structure, for example, Samsung. Samsung is not inherently an American company. They're a Korean company. However, they have American branches. Therefore, they are also supposed to be compliant under all American law. And therefore, any complaints that you make through the workflow that Legal Mindset is going to explain still applies. Not that I think that Samsung employees will do shit like that, but that's just an example.
Whatever, this step is going to be very, very, very effective for cleaning up America and for taking an action step where you can actually do something to help the...
Which Rakita law did the cocaine? There was more than one Rakita law?
...country and get off your butt and actually put yourself into action doing something positive, which will make America a better country, and it will make everywhere safer. So that situations like Charlie's situation do not happen again. So let me just break right into this, of course.
I mean, I did offer a solution for that situation to never happen again, but some people call that vigilante justice.
Of course, I got a PowerPoint, as I always do, on my channel. So we're going to get right into it. Now, Asmongold, the famous streamer, mentioned he had a little video, which I'll show in the live version, but I'll summarize it here, that where he was saying you needed to go to HR. And if you see people that are dropping threats, and you guys have seen these, I'll show an example of a threat or even a comment, a celebration, celebrating a murder, celebrating an assassination. That's not okay. It is not okay.
No, I get it, Nalankara. Which, to my point, they all have something law, something legal, like Washington gun law. Great channel, dog shit name. Because William Kirk is great. I like watching his content. The name is the name of the channel is just. I understand that that's the legal firm's name, but it's so generic. It's like watered down vanilla ice cream.
To be doing this, and many people are doing this on Maine. They're doing this on accounts where they have their face out there. They're doing it on their LinkedIn profiles. They're doing it with it just openly celebrating on TikTok, all sorts of platforms where they are celebrating about this and they are joyous about this and they are calling for more. They are calling for more people. They're saying next do Elon, next do Trump, next do this person. They're celebrating and pushing for more assassinations.
This is unacceptable. This is not okay. And this is certainly not something that is acceptable for an employee. So people like Asmongold said, go to HR, report it to HR, because, hey, this is something that's been going on for a long time and it needs to be reported. Now, Asmongold was right, but he was also not incomplete. He didn't give the full answer, and he doesn't fully understand that that's not going to be enough in and of itself. You need to do more. And here,
yes, HR is also very frequently complicit because a lot of HR managers, not all, but roughly 90% of them, are also blue-haired Marxists. You can't trust HR to take terrorist supporters. Yeah, exactly.
here's why. Let me explain to you guys. So first of all, as a disclaimer, I'm going to give you something to do. This is only to do if there's a credible evidence-based situation, and it is not to be applied just to blame other people without cause. We all know that in the past, people have pointed to other people, and because of their nationality, affiliations, politics, have said, hey, this person is naughty for no reason. I am not telling you to submit anything false other than what you believe is a credible threat to safety. I'm going to say that one more time. It needs to be a credible threat to safety based on evidence. This is only applicable in the United States, but I know that many other countries have similar laws. I think the UK has laws like this. There's other countries with laws like this. And the root concern is safety. Right? Safety is a legitimate concern. It's a baseline societal concern. Your society needs to be safe, both at home and the workplace. And this is something the law is very much concerned with. Law and order is safety, health, safety, welfare. That's at the core of the law. And now this can also apply to people of all political backgrounds. A lot of people are saying, hey, this is just a right-wing talking point. No. In fact, if you have a legitimate safety concern, I don't care whether the person is right, left, or center. And people who watch my channel know I am apolitical. I do not care. The law should apply equally to all. We all believe that. If you believe in the legal system, if you believe in justice, the Constitution, if you believe in everything that America stands for, everything should apply equally to everybody. So this can apply equally to everybody. However, let's acknowledge we're at a point in which one side here, it seems that maybe the
define safety, though. There are an infinite amount of microaggressions that can get your job taken away. I don't think that applies to that, Lankara. The problem is that this is not the way to address your office culture. This is a way to address very specific things that are said about very specific items. Again, one of the reasons I am against banning these people off of anywhere is because let them post on Maine. They are retarded they are retarded enough to put their ghoulish beliefs out on Maine under their power word. So use that against them. Someone in your work environment espouses that shit openly, especially in writing. You take that to OSHA. You take that as a call for violence. Unfortunately, the other shit is a product of culture, and that culture is driven by people. For example, my workplace doesn't have blue-haired MiG-15s, so we don't have that kind of problem. My workplace consists of good European stock that also owns guns en masse. So we don't have that kind of shit happening.
Certain people on one side here are disproportionately celebrating this. Although there probably are people on the right, there's some people that might be celebrating as well. Once again, this can apply to everybody regardless of politics. So let's get into it. What is the key here? So the key and the problem is that we have legitimate threats. Now, some of you may not know this person, but this is Kit Noel. She's a cosplayer, and she, before Charlie Kirk, gave a bomb threat to a convention. And once again, there are people like Kit Noel and others that we may think they're joking, haha, online, but there's only a little difference between Kit Noel and ending up in the Charlie Kirk situation. So these type of people, like Kit Noel, like anybody else who's in this situation, need to actually be reported. They need to be turned in, and they need to suffer consequences. Well, if you see people reposting stuff, and I took this one here, this is just an example. I saw so many today, but I wanted to give you guys an example of celebrating violence, saying, hey, we need violence. Violence is good. Remember, if this was something that was put out there by somebody on the right during COVID, they would have absolutely been investigated, probably fired, maybe arrested, right? This is something that you need to have looked at. People need to examine these people and say, are they okay in the head? Are they a safety concern if you are posting this? Because there needs to be a serious investigation. If you are posting something like this, anything similar or worse, you need to be investigated. There needs to be a serious investigation here. Now, let's continue. What's the duty of the employer? The duty of the employer in America is corporations have a legal duty of care to ensure employees' safety and well-being. That is a fact. That is well established in case law. This is not controversial. This is not something that I'm just making up. Every single attorney will tell you this. Every single that knows anything about corporate law. If they know anything about corporate law at all, they will tell you this. And of course, me, as a practicing corporate attorney, can say, hey, yes, no, this is absolutely something they have. If an employee is not safe, that is a problem. That is a problem. Here's the problem with going to human resources, the Asmongold idea. There's limitations on that. Number one, there's no legal penalty. If you go to HR, they don't have to legally take action. In fact, there's a huge incentive with HR and to bury it or minimize it because they don't want to have to go after people. They don't want to have to investigate people. They want to be able to sit in their office and do nothing. And look, I don't blame them. Most corporate employees try to do the bare minimum not to get fired. I understand. What is it? Quiet quitting, right? I get it. But what I'm saying is they aren't going to want to go after and look into this. They're going to say, is it really big enough, right? You're reporting somebody, it's just some internet stuff, right? And the other problem is, and I don't mean to get the Karen in HR meme because
this is exactly why you tell students in universities to report assaults, etc., to cops and lawyers, not the school. Yes, exactly. Same shit, different porta potty. So again, HR actually has a certain duty to report. First of all, they are a person with a duty to report, just as some educators are. However, you need to file these things correctly in order for them to be on the record and to be actionable. So it's a yes and no kind of thing. Your directive is generally correct. My attitude is police report or did not happen. Glorification of violence, the violent speech that we're looking at here, is not facially a breach of the law, and a police report may not be actioned fast enough. So the OSHA route is the fastest way to do that, unless it is a threat that is made directly to you in a targeted fashion.
Because I actually worked in HR once, and I knew a Karen who was a lovely woman. She was a nice woman. I feel bad for the Karens out there. But the Karen in HR meme is a thing for a reason. Memes do have a speckle of truth, or more than a speckle sometimes. Some HR departments are fully captured ideologically. They might be captured by people who agree with the sentiment of celebration. And in those cases, what they are doing is they are not passing the information to the higher-ups and the CEOs. I know this because I worked in corporations. I know what happens. Sometimes you tell it to HR and they do not bring it to the higher-ups because they don't want them to know. So genuinely, you might have CEOs and higher-ups that would want to help and would be very sympathetic, but they're not hearing it. They're not hearing it because HR is filtering it and they're not passing along certain information. The other thing is there's no anonymity. When you walk into HR, you can be retaliated against. And even if you're not fired, what are they going to do? They're going to ostracize you. They're going to shun you. They're going to make fun of you, make jokes about you, say, "Oh, this is that conservative person that's concerned about that."
Well, they're also going to blab on you for making that report. They're going to make it known where the complaint came from.
And just laugh at you because of your political beliefs. That's not okay, right? And even if they don't fire you,
I'm not sure. I don't know if he was an ex-Disney lawyer, but he's a corporate lawyer. Everyone who's worked for a corporate company knows what corporate HR is like.
That's minimizing what it may be a very, very genuine safety concern. So what is the secret weapon? How do we fight back against this? Let me tell you guys, after you like the video, make sure you like the video and share this out. It's very important to get this word out, especially on this video. So here we go.
Listen, human resources, they're blue-haired, they're lazy, they hire Indians, and some, I assume, are good people.
The secret weapon is OSHA. OSHA, the Occupational Safety and Health Administration. Some of you may remember OSHA from COVID. Oh, yes. Let's talk about that. What is OSHA? So OSHA refers to the Occupational Safety and Health Act of 1970, the OSHA Act. It is a federal law, a U.S. federal law applying to all states and territories that requires employers to provide a safe workplace free from recognized hazards, establishing legal protection for employees. If you remember during COVID, they almost used OSHA to make everybody wear a mask, and it almost worked. It had to go all the way to the Supreme Court. And by the way, people forget about this. It failed for all employers, but it passed for hospitals, and it passed for certain locations. It's a very powerful law, and the burden is really it's on the side. The power is on the side of the corporation to provide that workplace. And hey, if you're gonna say a death threat, a safety threat, to others, saying, hey, look, I'm afraid, I'm legitimately scared that this person posting this online is going to come after me for my conservative beliefs, for my beliefs that maybe I believed in Charlie Kirk. I support Charlie Kirk. I'm openly supporting Charlie Kirk. I'm afraid this person is going to do what they did to Charlie Kirk. They're celebrating this. That could be, based on an examination, looking into it, a very, very, very legitimate threat. And we all need to agree, left, right, and center, that that's not appropriate in the workplace. So why is this so powerful? Why OSHA and not HR? Let me explain why. It's anonymous, so you will not be retaliated against.
Hell yeah.
Human Resources cannot bury it because this is a government thing. It's going to come through the government regulatory body. They're going to know they got an OSHA complaint. They cannot hide that. And trust me when I tell you, as a corporate attorney, the CEO, the C-suite people, the management people, they will notice when OSHA complaints start coming in because there are legal penalties for non-compliance. Also, there's no cost of a lawsuit. Now, we're going to talk about the lawsuits a little bit more, but you could sue for having a not safe workplace, but that costs a lot of money. And most regular Americans are just struggling to make ends meet, to pay for things. Things are getting more expensive, inflation. You don't have to sue. You can go online and submit it for free. You can call. You can go in person. You can fax it if you even have a fax. There's many places to do it for almost nothing. And the law is very clear regarding safety risks. They need to be investigated. They need to be looked at. This is something they are going to need to take action on. Even if they ultimately don't fire the person, at least they were investigated and at least they know it's an issue. And now they're going to pay attention to their online behavior and the online behavior of the employees. Corporate America has been sleeping on the online behavior of its employees, and now it's time to wake up. Now it is a genuine time to wake up and say, we are going to pay attention to
There's a reason why we have laws protecting whistleblowers. Yeah, exactly.
what people are doing online and make sure that they are behaving online. Also, it can be paired with a boycott. Let me tell you why that's going to be important in just a second. That's because certain corporations, and by the way, I love this one of burger, the parody, right? This is, of course, not based on any real. A king of burgers fighting a clown of Whack Donald, right? Also, I do love the Colonel in the background. Also, Wendy is looking kind of trad and kind of, that's like the Chanel. Wendy's actually looking kind of hot in that one. Anyways.
I will not speak because if I speak, I will get myself in trouble.
That said, the corporations are not all going to agree on this, right? They are not all going to agree on this. Some corporations will actually fight this because they are so captured ideologically, they will dismiss the OSHA complaint. But here's what's going to happen. If you are an employee and you are working at a corporation that does not support people that are feeling threatened by this and does not fire those employees or take action or discipline them or at least investigate them seriously, guess what you can do? Your power as an employee always is to walk from that company. Go to their competitor. Start shopping out. Look at who your company's biggest competitor is. Apply there. Look at the people that are protecting, that are taking action. Pay attention in the next coming weeks.
I wonder if something like that may actually be grounds for voiding a non-compete clause. Because, for example, I have a non-compete clause because I am directly barred from working for competitors for, I believe, 3 years after if I decide to leave the company. But I think in a case like that, if they just flaunt an OSHA complaint, that may be grounds for defeating that. So keep that in mind.
Which companies are taking action and firing people? Which schools and universities are taking action and firing people? I think it was Middle Tennessee had somebody they dismissed. Good on Middle Tennessee for dismissing a person after making a threat, if they viewed that as credible, looking at the evidence. Once again, you can look at these and compare them, and people can boycott the corporations which do not take adequate safety measures. And as much as they don't want to admit this, boycotts are very effective, particularly if you're going to their competitor. They pay attention when the money hits. Corporations love money. Above all, they love money. So hit them in the pocketbook.
Yes, the fiduciary obligation, the fiduciary duty of any corporation is to earn money for the stakeholders. That is important to keep in mind. I need to take a quick bathroom break because I've been drinking tea nonstop. That tends to do that to you. So, here's a funny BRB screen. Use this opportunity to does this guy know pocketbook was old slang for vagina? I don't think he does. That's seems like very, very niche knowledge. He's saying to cunt punt. He's not, but he also kind of is. And I hate that. Okay. Go refill your drinks, use the facilities. I will be right back.
Here's an important German word for understanding what's happening very quickly around you all of a sudden. Volksgemeinschaft! It means people's community, where people is a Volk, which is a unified ethnic, cultural, national, and nationalist conception of identity. What is happening in England right now under the banner of St. George's Cross is attempting to use the issues around immigration and all the attendant problems, including rape gangs, a liberating tolerance, anti-Brit legal situation, etc. To encourage an English Volksgemeinschaft movement. It's not about rights, freedoms, or the problems nearly so much as it is about encouraging a collectivist and daring a nationalist. People's community mentality, sentiments, and movement. Something similar is being pushed around a Scottish identity based on the young woman who rightly and heroically stood up for her own physical safety. The same thing has happened with heritage Americans. In the U.S., the goal is to create a new understanding of what is an American that sees America as being an extended Volksgemeinschaft instead of a propositional nation, or a nation, or based on an idea. Obviously, given the word is in German, you can rapidly figure out who used and pushed the idea of a Volksgemeinschaft response to problems. You see, Germany in the 1930s and 1980s and 1940s, it all came crashing down in 1945. This approach has been taken before, in other words, and it wasn't the right approach then, nor is it the right approach now. To
All right. Sorry for the wait. Complicated business. We actually have some breaking news, so we're gonna let Mr. Mindset finish. Yeah, we are. We're
Guys,
back.
please, 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 please.
Prespian, you have no idea how back we are.
Please do me a favor and share this out because you need to act, right? Here's how you act. You file the OSHA complaint. You can file it online, www.osha.gov/workers/file-complaint. Go online, do it online. Go by phone, 1-800-321.
E-filing is better because you will have a trace number. You will have receipts that you can use and track.
6742. That spells OSHA, but not everybody has the phones with the letters anymore, so just use the numbers. Mail, fax, go in person at a local OSHA office. Remember, you can keep your name confidential. Now, I will say this. If you are bold enough to sign your name, that actually typically is taken a little more seriously. But however, you can still submit it anonymously. And once again, I think if they get a flood of anonymous complaints, they are not going to be able to ignore this. OSHA is going to have to act on this, and they are going to have to look into these corporations. Guys, I've never had a video where I've wanted you guys to share this out more than this one. If you have somebody who works at a corporation in your family, they work somewhere, big corporation, share this video, link them, let them know about this, how to act, and make sure they take action right away. Remember, you can do this. It's very simple, takes minimum time. Go out and take some action in memory of Charlie. Take care.
Share this video around Oni Dojo. It's very important to burn them the fuck down. Remember, this is the moderate solution. They don't want the alternative. But as I was on the John, I took a moment to peruse my my newsreel, and damn, they're just giving white pills out for free.
The other night, I went into a restaurant. I had one the other night. I went into a restaurant, and this woman stood up. I looked at her immediately. She had money. She wasn't serious. They get paid for it. They're professional from Soros and other people. And we're going to look into Soros because I think it's a RICO case against him and other people. Because this is more than like protests. This is real agitation. This is riots on the street. And we're going to look into that.
What do we do about our country with that? Because we have radicals on the right.
I had one the other.
George Soros has funneled billions into destabilizing this country. He has been actively working against us. He is an actual enemy of the state and of the people. George Soros and his fucking dysgenic son should face the consequences. And if they don't, there's always the noose. President Trump has announced that George Soros and his entire network will be investigated under RICO charges. You love to see it. He should be denaturalized and thrown into the darkest dungeon we find. So that's white pill number one. It seems to be happening. In the meantime, while this live stream is going, apparently there are currently 3 million people attending the patriotic protests in London. I wasn't aware there are 3 million white people in London left, but apparently there are. I'm not sure where this is, so I can't quite tell. And there also seems to be no audio. I've seen photos of a crowds near Westminster. Please have been pushed back in some areas. Yeah, no shit. Remember, the police, the Polizei is the more accurate. The collaborating Polizei, they fear the people. Once you come out in significant numbers, they will not push against you. They understand that once there is a disparity of force, they will get trampled, and they will comply. That, and there are a lot of quiet sympathizers inside of the police force who are not happy with the state of things. St. George's flags all across the crowd. You love to see it. The police have been pushed, as in their lines were overwhelmed and they retreated. What you saw was basically a complete rout. Nice. They make their cowardice very obvious when they roll up to make a 5-officer arrest for social media post. Yes. I think the UK police no longer has the consent of the nation to police. They have exhausted the goodwill of the people because they have very obviously sided with the state and with the invaders. They are about to get the raw end of that particular stick if they don't get the fuck out of the way. They do it because it is safer, much safer to go after some old granny for saying things on Facebook rather than a drug dealer with a gun. Well, yeah, especially if that drug dealer with a gun also lets you hit the underage trafficked girl that he has in his basement. Because a lot of the police were complacent in the grooming gangs. You absolutely love to see. I have no idea where in London this is. Like, none of these landmarks even strike a chord with me. All right, and one more. Apparently, South Koreans are also in on the action. No Chinese, no visa entry equals security threat. London means nothing. Listen, I remember London being a nice city, okay? I remember London being nice in around like 2005. The police may have killed someone, as in right now, or like in general. South Korean and American flags flying. Nice. You love to see it. You love to see it. In other news, Charlie Kirk's assassin, Tyler Robinson, lived with his transgender partner, sources report. The individual who is male transitioning to female is fully cooperating with the FBI. Oh boy. So the shooter, just based on the confluence of facts, it is more and more likely that he is a gay furry. Like, the guy is already being treated like a hot potato by everyone, because they all understand that once we zero in on his associations, that group is going to have the eye of Sauron pointed towards them, and they're getting nuked. They're getting their entire ass blown out, and not in a nice way. Not even his sex toys won't protect him. Holy shit. Yeah, nobody wants the smoke. Because they all understand what's coming. The FBI had texts and other communications between Robinson and the individual that helped the FBI authorities solidify that Robinson was indeed the shooter. Pull up the shooter's affinity account. Jamie, pull up the DeviantArt Sonic Inflation mods. Decum this man's Dragon Ball lube. Yeah. I don't know what that means, and I don't want to know. Okay, we got a sudden deluge of white pills. Remember when the left tries to gaslight you into saying that the shooter was a registered Republican? Remind them that registered Republicans typically don't cohabitate with troons. Legal mindset? Isn't he normally hard left? No, Digby. I made that same fucking mistake today. What you're thinking about is legal eagle. Legal mindset is the guy who points and laughs at Johnny Somali. Originally of Doki Bird fame. I made that mistake today because all lawyer channels have dog shit branding, which is just a guy in a suit with something to the effect of legal or law in their handle. And I hate that so much.
Online threats should be reported to OSHA. I've talked about that in a previous video in the post-Charlie Kirk era, particularly as people are glorifying violence and also making future death threats, threatening other people.
Just wear a different shirt. Wear something that stands out a little bit.
These things need to be reported. I talked about the importance of reporting them through OSHA and that mechanism.
I guess he is. So here's the thing. Like for a lawyer, he's probably for the Haru Memorial Hawaiian shirt. What is the Haru Memorial Hawaiian shirt? Does Haru have a shirt? Is that the same Haru that I'm thinking of? Is it our Haru? Like by lawyer standards, he's dressed differently than most lawyers. Because he's currently dressed in what's referred to as smart casual, because he has a non-formal, it looks like a woven shirt with no tie with a patterned jacket. That is considered to be dressing down from your normal sort of court-appropriate black tie attire.
And following that, I had some calls on a how-to. People wanted me to go through the form and show them how to submit that. So I said, hey, let me do a quick video for you guys. I'm on vacation, but I have time to do a quick video to help everyone out. Of course, I'm Andrew S.
God, this man dresses like that on vacation. I should stop being a slob.
American attorney, and this is a legal mindset we teach you to be your own judge. Now, I don't have a PowerPoint.
Oh, nice. Oh, see, I like Gachaloha's stuff. Here's the thing, Oni Dojo. Let me super duper pre-bloom. Which one were you talking about? I kind of like that one. That kind of goes. I would wear this, and ironically, I don't partake in Umamusume. But I like this. I like Sakura Blooms, despite my state. The pink one is the Haru one. I kind of like that. That goes kind of hard. And no one expects you to draw a concealed firearm from under that one. That is a big benefit of the degenerate weeb shit that I wear, like the patches and whatnot. It just immediately blinds people to the fact that you're like a 200-pound gym bro with arms wider than their legs, who definitely has a gun on you. 10% off the price goes to retired horse racing charity. Oh, that is so cool. Oni Dojo, I have a selfish ask, because I'm currently in talks with Gachaloha to run a limited edition Kurumaro Nissan shirt. It's a little insider baseball for y'all. If you buy something from him, remember to message him that you would like a Kurumaro Nissan shirt. Just tell him that you want the Kurumaro Nissan shirt and refuse to elaborate. MTG Aviators. I'm not big on aviators, but I guess that's kind of cool.
For you today, but I have the actual form.
Because again, I'll let you in on a little secret. He's vetted the channel for content. He's fine with my content. He's concerned that we're a bit of on the smaller side as a channel, and that we're not going to move merchandise. Fair concern, but I'm also offering to front the costs so that he doesn't have to be exposed to any risk. So just let him know that you want a Kurumaro Nissan shirt. It's not the shirt that I normally wear. It's going to be a new shirt. It's a different design.
Form online, and this is something I will put.
What is the cost for me or MSRP? I will probably have to go something to the effect both. I will have to go out of pocket something like $700 for a run, probably a bit more. For MSRP, I will probably just have it significantly discounted. I wouldn't want it completely free, just because, you know, what has no cost has no value. That's not as much as you expect. I mean, he has reasonable pricing. It's going to be a very bare bones shirt because I'm trying to get rayon just because rayon is a better material for shirts like that. But I'm limited in my embroideries and whatnot. But I'll likely have it at a like significantly discounted MSRP, something like, I don't know, $10 plus shipping.
Put the link in the description to the video. Also pin it in a comment so you can have it there and you can spread.
But only if I get a public SKU. If the shirt is visible publicly, then I'll go for the severely discounted one. We're thinking of getting a tablet at Vexpo next year. Only costs about 500. What is a tablet? Is it like a meet and greet thing?
This out and give this as sort of a little bit of a helpful hint. The form is very, very easy to fill out. It's not very complicated, but I want to just go through it and give you some kind of examples here so that you have a starting point. Of course, as always.
Sorry, I can't read. Yeah. Well, listen, you can do that.
Always, this needs to be based on a factual, credible threat, a credible factual incident. This is not something you should be doing to create a false incident or anything else. In fact, I'm going to show you at the bottom of this form, there is a punishment for any false reports. So this must be on a genuine case where you have reasonable fear for your safety.
And also better to have hard proof on things you report
in the workplace based on a situation that's going on online. So let's talk about this now and let's get right into this. So first of all, the form starts out here. This is the OSHA online complaint form. It's under osha.gov.
Okay, if he's just going to go through the form, I will do the following. I will just give you the links and I will share them in general. I'm not going to go through the entire video just because I don't think that we need a video on, filing government forms. I think y'all are adult, and if you're a viewer of this channel, you are a functioning adult, and you should be able to complete a government form. They're not that difficult. If you're... Let's quickly watch this little news segment, and after that, we're going to go to our palate cleansers, because we need a bit of a refresher.
Not familiar with how all of this did play out. As far as the timeline, we know that Charlie Kirk was speaking. Those are some of the photos there at Utah Valley University. About 3,000 people in attendance as the gunshot was fired. He was rushed over to a hospital afterward, where sadly, we later heard from President Trump that Kirk did pass away. I want to discuss the case in general and what happens next. So let's bring in a friend of the show here. We do have Jillian Snyder, an adjunct lecturer at John Jay College of Criminal Justice and resident senior fellow at the R Street Institute. She is also a retired New York City police officer. Thank you so much, Jillian, for taking the time to join us here.
Good morning, Josh. Thanks for having me.
Good morning. Well, first off, I do want to ask.
I guess this also sets a precedent of people who run speaking functions like that having to take security seriously. Unfortunately, again, until we deal with the left, until we deal with the Marxists, we have to exercise a significant degree of passive safety. That's why I've sort of said in passing that I'm not going to be sending my slide to be milled, because I have one carry gun. This is the gun that I have on my body or within reach at absolutely all times of the day. And if I send it out to be milled, it means that I don't have a gun for 5 days plus shipping. So until such time that I have a gun to replace it in my rotation, and I'm not going to take Oni Wife's gun because she also needs a gun. I'm just going to plop whatever native optic goes onto the MOS plate and then call it a day. It's my only sidearm? Yes, Seku. I only have one handgun. Because I'm shopping around for a full-sized gun, but a full-sized gun is not a concealed carry gun. Don't fucking give me that. Listen, I moved back to the States when I was in my 30s, and I started buying guns. Because Dad sold all of his, because he didn't want any, including a very nice Benelli M3. I have to build up my gun case. No one ever gives me guns. Well, that's not true. I did get a free shotgun, but that's besides the point. It's a shockwave. They're basically free anyway. So I have more long guns than I do sidearms. I'm trying to sort of fix that. Alexa, play Rhythm of the Night by Corona. Listen, guns are expensive, okay? And I have to budget. And get a high point? Absolutely not. I will not be caught dead with a fucking high point. Hey there, Multiberry. No. Even for the memes, no. Y'all can fund a high point for me, and I will use that money to buy a real gun. A Zip 22? I'll consider a Zip 22. If I get a 22, it's going to be a nice 22, like an FN 20 in 22 light rifle. Make a Ludi. That would be so Digby. Funny thing about that, the Ludi is an open bolt machine gun. I need an SOT license in order to make a Ludi. So it's not illegal, but I would need to put in a hell of a fucking lot of paperwork to do that. If I spend all of his money on guns, how will I fund his 3D Idol concept? I mean, I spend no money on the 3D Idol concerts, so I would rather spend. I am on record saying that I would rather spend money on guns than on VTuber shit. I have 3 pocket pistols and only paid more than $200 on one of them. Is that because you are so good at deal hunting, or because they're shit guns? Because I very much am a practitioner of pay once, cry never. That's why I have one rifle, but it's a $3,000 rifle. And that's why I have my sort of go-to firearm that I am very familiar with, which is the handgun that I train with. Oh, you were working at a gun store, you fucking bastard. Of course you were. But the thing is, the reason why I have one sidearm as of right now is because I like consistency. Like, you are supposed to have one sword, and you are supposed to be intimately familiar with the geometry of the firearm that you are going to most likely use, which is my concealed carry. So I never have a reason to have a different EDC gun. You almost had a job at a gun store. Shame you didn't get it. Yeah, absolutely, for shame. But I am a believer that I would be better off building out the one gun that I carry every day. So that's why I want to mount a weapon light and a red dot on this handgun, as well as, you know, building out the grip, which now is in a good place. I'm going to make one more alteration to the grip when we have the gun bench stream. So once we have the weapon light funded, or the torque wrench, I'm probably going to go forward and buy a Vortex red dot for this gun, and we're going to mount it on stream. We're going to rework the grip, and if we have the weapon light by then, we're also going to mount a weapon light, and it's going to be like the completed do everything sidearm. Because I would rather put a little bit more money into the handgun that I already have and have trained with than invest more money into buying a new gun that would also need building out. Because I right now am probably a better shooter with my Glock 43X, despite it being a subcompact gun, as opposed to going out and buying a VP9. Mount on stream, he's confirmed to be a Luger tuber. I don't know what you're trying to insinuate there.
Ask you because
I am afraid that all of those words have some kind of double entendre to them, and I disavow reflexively.
Know that within about 48 hours, we saw this
Luger, like lewd tubers with Luger. I don't think I own a single Luger gun. There needs to be some kind of good name. Yeah, these lewd tubers have a very nice ring to them, and VTubers that do gun stuff are just referred to as tactical VTubers or gun tubers, but that sort of starts intersecting with gun YouTubers. It's very confusing from a branding perspective. Like having more than one in case things get really bad. You have an M&P Bodyguard 2, for instance, that you rarely carry it. It's mostly there in case mom needs a gun, or even if she doesn't have a CPL. Well, again, my bases are covered in that sense, because there is more than one handgun in the household. Because Onii wife has her own gun, but I'm not going to take her gun in order to sort of fill a niche of a carry gun that I've sent away to have work done. What I would rather do is either have best Mother's Day gun as a CPL, Mother's Day gift as a CPL. You can't really gift a CPL. It's a thing that the person needs to go attend, I guess. You can have it in a gift card form. But the point is, I will probably buy a different gun. Well, yeah, you pay for it. I guess that makes sense. But what I was saying is, I will probably wait until is a tactical VTuber hates the High Point HP 15. It's not that I hate it, it's just that I don't want to spend my money on it. Is the HP 15 the rifle that they've shown off on SHOT Show recently? Let's take a look at it, actually, now that you brought it up. Let me quickly cache that Gabite and okay, catch. Palmetto State Armory. Yes, last I checked, I am above 18. HP 15. High Point HP 15. They have that in stock. No, they don't have it in stock. What? Poverty State Armory doesn't stock the High Point HP 15? It is so over, High Point Bros. Your shit is so melted that even that even PSA doesn't want your shit. All right. HP 15 5.56 rifle. What are the differences? Okay. What is MSRP for these? Buy now on guns.com. Classic fire. MSRP $500. I will be transparent with you, Oni Dojo. First of all, I don't really need another rifle because I'm covered. I'm good on long guns. If anything, I have more than is necessary because I have my MCX and I have my M1014, and I also have a Shockwave for some reason. Barrel, chromoly, vanadium, forged upper receiver, forged lower receiver, A2, bird cage, mil-spec bolt, really. So, honestly, just if I'm being 100 with you, I would rather spend $500 on a PSA shit stick. Someone spend their stupid amounts of money, sinks 2K into new graphics card. Listen, I paid how much did I pay? I paid $2,800 for my MCX. And that's before I bought a $300 brace for it. And then I bought what was it? No, it was a $500 optic and all of the other shit. I guess the sling is the less expensive thing that's mounted to my rifle. High Point PCCs were actually surprisingly reliable. You wouldn't assume their ARs are as bad as their first pistol design. Yes, but again, I'm not going to dedicate time to hating the pores, but at the same time, I would rather just buy a PSA gun. Guns, rifles. See, like I can spend less money than they want for the HP 15 and get this. And mind you, the HP 15 doesn't come with iron sights. This one comes with iron sights, with Magpul furniture. And you know what? Even if the PSA QC drops the ball again, it's okay. You'll hate the pores for me. It's not that I hate the pores, it is that I'm not one of you. I need a handgun. I need another handgun. I'm fully aware of the fact. Yeah, PSA has got your back. Like I understand not wanting to sink money into multiple guns. Listen, as a certified Jew, nothing pains me more than freezing money in a non-liquid asset that also rapidly depreciates as you use it. It pains my soul to do that. However, I understand that you need guns to fill different niches. That's why I'm building out a DMR in addition to my SBR. But like I currently have I have 2 unfilled niches in my arsenal, which is a full-sized handgun, and I will likely just buy a VP9. Because first of all, you got to flex on the pores. Second of all, it's a nice German gun. the additional benefit is that I get to LARP and pretend that I am now kin with the Japanese self-defense force. I need to check the grip angle. I hope the VP9's grip angle is not materially different from the Glock, because having two variable grip angles on your sidearm is not a great choice. Let's actually go to Handgun Hero and quickly check. Handgun Hero. Let's compare. Let's compare HK VP9 A1F is the full-sized gun that I want, and my current gun is a Glock 43X MOS. So I understand that the VP9F is going to be larger. That's an understood part of it because, you know, full-sized gun. However, I want to compare the grip angle, and the grip angle seems to be identical, which is good. It means that my production on both guns is going to be identical. I don't need separate muscle memory to produce the thing, as opposed to, for example, if we add a CZ gun, CZP P10C, I guess. Because see, the grip angle here is very obtuse compared to Glocks and VP9s. Like it is a materially different grip angle. And if I go to produce with the normal sort of Glock/HK grip angle, then I'm gonna have to spend that extra. I'm gonna create additional reaction time for myself looking for the sight picture. And I don't want that. So yeah. The grip angle seems to be about, like, it's effectively the same. I think the VP9 also has a modular grip. Yes, it comes with, like, lots and lots of panels, which I also like, because the 43X grip is a little skinny for me, in the sense that I need to... I've shown that on stream when we... I don't remember if we did that on stream or not, but basically... I have 4 or 5 layers of hockey tape on the middle of the grip so that it fits my palm without sort of having any air pockets. So the grip on the 43X is too small for me, but it's like it is the largest gun that I can conceal carry without printing. But this is my carry gun as of right now, and the VP9 is what I'm scoping out as my full-sized gun. I'm gonna go and shoot it probably next week, finally. And if I like the shooting experience, I'm not a big fan. Like, I have no special opinion on the paddle mag release, but it's, you know, it's not a materially different mechanical skill to operate it. The ambi slide release is whatever. I don't really care about that. So yeah, that's a slide release over here. I don't know why it has an ambidextrous one. I guess someone needs that. But yeah, I'm going to try shooting it. If I like shooting the VP9, I will probably just go forth and buy it. My other option is going to be a steel frame Walther, because, you know, if it's Walther, probably PDP, no, not a compact. PDP full-sized 4.5. There you go. Bring the Walther all the way up. So the Walther also has a bit of a weird grip angle to it. Oh, there we go. Okay. So I don't love that the Walther's grip angle is different, so it's more of a CZ profile. However, I do like shooting Walthers. I know that Walthers, for a fact, are a very pleasant gun to shoot. They shoot very flat. I like the steel frame. Because it's a full-sized handgun, it's not for daily carry. It's supposed to live in an over-the-waistband level 3 retention holster. I don't care that it's heavy. I understand ounces make pounds, blah, 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 blah. Just don't be weak. Go to the fucking gym and be able to carry the kit that you need to survive. So Walther PDP is going to be my other option. Because alternatively, I am still looking at the Glock 7. I guess it's a Glock 17 essentially. Glock 17 Gen 5 MOS. So big ugly brick. It's a big ugly grip. A big ugly grip. Big ugly brick. God fucking damn it! I can't speak. Even cheap Walther Creed has a nice trigger. Yeah, they come with very nice triggers. The HKs also allegedly have a very nice factory trigger. But this is my fallback. If I for some reason like neither the Walther nor the VP9 for my carry gun, the Glock 17 is probably what I will go with, just for its capacity for modularity. If I don't like the other things that the Germans make, I will revert to the polymer brick, just because I can build out the polymer brick to be the way I want it to be. Speaking of good purchasing decisions, I will remind everyone to buy some ammo from Phoenix Ammo. I don't have an affiliate link, so that's why I'm sending you just to their web store. But this is what I will be pivoting towards for my primary source of ammo. He runs out of the good stuff very frequently. He almost picked up a G17L. You could afford it, but you couldn't afford it. Yeah, listen, sometimes you just got to pass these things up. I think a 17L is a little bit overkill. Like on a sidearm, you don't need those terminal ballistics. Again, a handgun is used to get you to the rifle that you were not supposed to put down in the first place. So 4 inches, 4.5 inches of barrel length is usually enough for what you're trying to get out of 9mm. A longer long slide semi-automatic, get yourself a hardballer long slide then. You know, use it with a round where that makes sense at the very least. He's out of 124 grain, which is probably your best self-defense load. I think I currently walk around with 147 grains. Although I will probably pivot off just because they're technically subsonic. You want that good cavitation from a supersonic round. 950 FPS, 1100 FPS. So very good. I will also probably be switching over to him for my 300 blackout sourcing because he does have polymer tip. And, oh no, that's Full Metal Jacket Subsonics. Damn, there it is, VMAX. So he sells polymer tip ammo. I trust his quality output. Even if the brass isn't all matching sometimes, this is a good business to support. And realistically, it's better for long-term storage once I have my ammo cans all labeled up correctly. It's better to have a lot of uniform ammo that's labeled clearly. All right. Moving on. Oh, we didn't watch this.
This arrest made, the suspect taken into custody after a reward was offered of $100,000, and also you had the video.
Wait, not only did the dad solve the problem of having a furry son, but he also got that bag. Absolute L parenting. However, you know what? When life gives you lemons.
Videos and photos that were circulated. So based on your experience here, how common is it to see an arrest made in a case of this magnitude here within 48 hours?
He declined the reward? Okay, I guess.
As you just said, he was taken into custody within 33
I would have had no gripes with him getting the bag.
hours, and that's extremely fast by traditional investigatory norms, but it does often happen in high-profile cases.
He's a former sheriff. He's retired, Leo.
And it's because you have so much interagency cooperation. In this case, obviously, we had so much media exposure, and then once the release of the surveillance footage and videos went live, you have millions of people across.
You want an AMT hardballer now? Gotcha, bitch. The AMT hardballer is ass, by the way. The hardballer is just a bad gun. I think you're much better off getting a solid Springfield 1911 and trying to get it as clone accurate to the silver baller as you can.
Across the country looking into this, and ultimately a family member, the father is what we're hearing, recognized the suspect, confronted the suspect, and he was ultimately taken into custody. But again, we all saw the show the first 48 hours. We know that those 2 days are the most impactful for talking to witnesses, getting surveillance, getting victim statements, and collecting forensic evidence.
You mentioned the father. That's, of course, what we did learn about how the arrest itself happened and how he turned himself in. But how common would you say it is for people close to the suspect, especially a family member like a father, to be the ones who are alerting police there after seeing surveillance photos, videos, and saying?
I would say that it was the right thing to do. Like, normally I am blood over everything. However, if your son just turned into a ghoulish demon spawn like that, and I think he's lost. I'm sorry, the kid experienced a skill issue. He just could not tech the brainwashing of a university. You come out of a good home with a full ride scholarship. You get instilled values, and then you just get one shot by the propaganda. You enter a fucking commie group. You become a gay furry. That's it. You were never going to make it. You were better off being drowned in a well. And at that point, yeah, if your child is that lost, the humane thing is to just take him out back and pull a bullet in the back of his head. But the second best option is to hand him over to the FBI.
Saying that right there is my son.
Honestly, it's one of the more common ways that big cases are cracked, and it did play out in this investigation. So the suspect's father recognized him, as we know, and a family friend reportedly helped get that information to a police. And
this is, by the way, why the whole Kash Patel press conference was especially fucking cringe. Like, oh, we got him. You didn't get shit. If this dude wasn't so retarded as to actually be recognized, and if the father didn't do your work for you and call him in, he may have gotten away with it.
And again, we're hearing that the father urged
Hey there,
the
Bigger
suspect to
Branch.
turn himself in.
How are you
so
doing?
normally people think it's the anonymous tipster's line, but in reality, it is often people close to the suspect, whether it be a family or a friend or an acquaintance, because they do have that inside information. They would more easily recognize that suspect once the video surveillance or surveillance photos are released online. So it does happen more commonly than most think.
All good.
When you're talking about the FBI Director Kash Patel and his comments yesterday, he said 11,000 tips and leads did come in over that 33-hour period there. How does that compare to maybe another case? 11,000.
You didn't get him. His dad and his sex doll ratted on him. Yeah, exactly. You didn't do shit.
Seems like a lot of tips from the public. And also, how do law enforcement officers, investigators there go about combing through those at a quick rate?
Well, you see, Bigger Branch, yes, on the face of it, W dad, but at the same time, again, your parenting could not shield the boy from getting one shot by socialist propaganda.
Determining, is this legitimate or is this a false lead?
11,000 tips is a great amount, but one of the contributing factors to that was the sizable reward. You don't often see a $100,000 reward offered that quickly in an investigation. You'll actually see the reward amount increase the longer the investigation is active.
Yeah, and none of those leads ended up actually doing anything. It's a tough call. I just addressed this. I'm not going to go over this.
More as like an incentive for people to pay attention. So, but when you have thousands of tips, 11,000 in this case, law enforcement and detectives have to rely on a triage system to sort them out. So they prioritize tips that they find to be credible, but can be corroborated with evidence that they currently have. So in this case, they did recover a rifle very early on in the investigation with the etchings and markings on them. They did have footprints that they were able to cast into and, make comparisons. And they did have some video footage. So they're going to look at
If your son is a commie, doesn't like goth girls, he's disowned. Valid.
At tips that kind of match or mirror those and prioritize those. They will still log every
Plus doesn't gamble, doesn't jong.
other tip, and they will still follow up inevitably on every possible lead, but they need to do it based on a triage system of what seems the most practical and probable.
I want to ask about something you just mentioned here, and those are the markings and the words that were written on the bullets themselves. Does that detail have any investigative significance? What, if anything, can be understood from those messages that are written there?
So these messages were interesting because typically you'll see a suspect have a common theme. We did see some commonality in some of the etchings, the Bella Ciao and the catch it fascist or whatever I'm paraphrasing here. But then he did have other ones that said, like, if you read this, you're gay, LMAO. That's again, when we're looking at a criminal mastermind, we're looking for someone with some consistency in their messaging. So this does implicate that he is immature. He was trying to make a point, but it was immature. But because a lot of what he wrote had political undertones, had ideological meaning behind it, they will use that as their foundation and their cornerstone. Of course, the victim in this case, the political arena in this case, all allude to political violence. But we need to look at what the suspect left behind. And he left behind these etchings, which are
unfortunate physiognomy,
very impactful. But that's just going to be phase one. Because political ideation, yes, could be a motivational factor, but in most cases of assassination or would-be assassination, notoriety and the need and feeling of needing to see visibility, those are really the motivating factors, with the political undertones being secondary.
What you're looking at is some of the video that was captured as the gunshot was fired. You can see about 3,000 people there.
He looks so normal. I mean, he looks a little bit dysgenic, to be completely transparent. Like, he's a skinny fucking DYL. He has one lazy eye. Like, again, there was a lot of people look like that. What can I say? Actually, you know what? No, for his frame, he looks he looks abnormally skinny. I'm sorry. Get yourself to the gym. If by 22 you don't have a baseline physique, you're not going to make it.
The gunshot was fired. You can see about three.
It's actually a common theme. If you look at all of the jittery ghouls that are celebrating this, none of them is even like within spitting distance. Like, all of them are generationally removed from passing the physiognomy check.
1,000 people there at the event, according to event organizers, and they are running because, again, they just witnessed something horrific. They heard a gunshot. They don't know if more gunshots are going to be fired. What role did that large crowd right there at the event likely play in allowing the suspect to escape afterward? Because, again, we know, according to investigators, that he was actually on a rooftop at the time. He was not in the crowd itself.
So as you said earlier, and as reports have said, there was approximately 3,000 people at this event. That's going to create a lot of confusion. As you're seeing, these attendees are just running in all types of directions. It doesn't seem like there was any evacuation protocol put into place. But honestly, even if you have the best evacuation protocol, when something like this happens, people immediately just retreat to safety. So that in itself makes it super hard for law enforcement to immediately secure a scene. Additionally, as you also just said, the suspect was perched on a roof about 200 yards and was able to slip into that chaos after the fact. But on the better hand and the more positive note, because you have this many people and this is a younger crowd, they are all holding their cell phones. That's a huge resource for investigators. So dozens of people have already come forward with video tips and with video footage and have been able to provide law enforcement, which was enabling them to piece together minute by minute when this suspect got off the roof and ultimately fled.
One thing that's interesting, a note from yesterday, investigators did reveal here that the suspect, while he is in this jail that you see right there on your screen, he's been questioned by investigators. They have said that he is not cooperating. He is staying quiet, not answering any of their questions about a motive or anything else. Again, that information.
That sounds like a problem that's easily solved with a tactical baptism.
Obviously preliminary coming in from investigators, but what does that say to you? Is that fairly
Just hang him up by his thumbs. He'll start talking instantaneously.
standard that a suspect is not going to talk and share any details about any of this?
So it varies based on the way in which the suspect was captured. In this case, his family brought him in. They offered him into law enforcement. When you have someone who's on the lam, on the run, and ultimately apprehended by law enforcement's diligence, they're often going to, because they're upset that they got caught, they're going to open their mouths prematurely. In this case, the parent brought him in, and I would speculate that he was told not to cooperate, to ask for legal counsel in a situation like this. But we have so much other corroborating evidence, and investigators will, unfortunately, now, if the suspect is not speaking, they'll have to rely solely on that forensic digital footprint, the found rifle, the found etch markings, any footprints, anyone that's willing to come forward.
I disagree with that. I think a car battery and some creative spirit, some creative, deep conversations can fix that very fast.
With a statement. So it will take a little longer because we don't have a direct confession, but I'm sure with what the what the suspect's family and what some victims on scene have said, we're going to be able to piece this together much quicker.
Listen, the dude has 20 fingers. Well, 10 fingers and 10 toes to be specific, but that's a lot of nails to work with. That's all I'm saying.
We did not get a news conference last night. We know that there have been several throughout the day as they were still looking for him. But yesterday, they held a very detailed news conference afterward. What question or questions do you still want to see answered? Of course, with your background, I'm sure you're inquisitive.
Unleashing the inner KGB agent. Listen, I received a lot of training from a KGB captain, okay? You have to learn the methods of the enemy. God. Listen, if it works, it works, I have to say. I more identify with the Guantanamo Bay methodology. Remember, the bear insists it's a rabbit.
Last couple.
All right. So, Protraband made a video. And I agree with the things he says, but not with the delivery method. I'll explain why in a moment.
Weeks have shown us, and me in particular, that we as Americans no longer...
Second, something's off with the volume. Let me recheck that.
We came here from the digital world, looking for something you've discovered.
Last couple weeks have shown us, and me in particular,
he's a little low,
that we as Americans no longer...
There's something wrong with his neck? Digby, he's just fat. That's about it. I mean, you're not wrong in pointing out something is wrong with his neck, and that's the fact that his neck is obstructed by 3 chins. Yeah, and again, I like Protraband. I like the content he makes. He's done a very good job with the SIG stuff that he does. Absolute W. However, and I'm going to let the video play. We'll address
have the
that
freedom
later.
to go out in public unarmed. There are people who have been whipped into a frenzy by, you call it the media establishment, you can call it certain other organizations, things that have happened. But they very much dislike us just for being who we are. And we actually have a divine right to self-defense in almost all of our states. We can carry something to defend ourselves. And I think we need to stop allowing these people to find and pick off what are called soft targets. In other words, we need to be armed.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. I think that we require a certain show of force. We need to make the opposition scared of lashing out. They need to understand that every time they try fuckery, they're just going to throw their life away.
Okay, it might sound obvious, but there are a lot of people calling for some sort of gun control. They're saying, oh, it's the guns. Oh, it's not the SSRIs or the video games. It's the guns. And yes, guns are the tool used. but they can also be used to defend life. In fact, that's actually what they're for. I know, kind of crazy. So I'm reading about these different states. You know, we had the church incident in Minneapolis, which is a permitless carry state. Utah is as well. And then the situation in North Carolina, where the poor woman was from Ukraine. I don't think 2A would apply to her until she popped out a baby, but
2A, there again, not in North Carolina, but there are ways to have a gun that are legal even if you are a non-immigrant resident.
even then, there is always some way or something you can carry to defend yourself. If you're not comfortable carrying a gun,
then get comfortable carrying a gun. No, this is the part that I disagree with. No compromise. No, if you have some kind of fucking hang up that, oh, I can't have a gun, guns are yucky, skill issue, you're not gonna make it. Get over it. Buy a fucking gun and carry it.
Necessarily. You can get a taser, you can get pepper spray.
Tasers don't work. Pepper spray has, well, tasers need good positive contact to work. As a smaller framed female, you cannot afford to be in range of good, strong, positive contact that would make a taser effective. No, absolutely the fuck not. And if someone is blasted on drugs enough, they're just not going to react to it. Same as pepper spray or pepper gel. That, and there's also individual resistance to pepper spray and pepper gel.
Spray or pepper gel. You can get the little cat ears thing to poke people.
That is bullshit. That does not work. That'll just get you beaten and raped even harder.
So it's actually really simple, guys, because these people are looking for targets of opportunity. They're not looking to get into a big fight. Okay, and if they are, there is no law in the world.
This is an ad for burn a pupper ball thing? No, it's not an ad for that thing. And I've had a long and exhaustive rant as to why the Burna is a piece of shit and it will get you killed and raped.
World that's going to stop them from doing something psycho like that, okay? And I feel the need to get this out there because there are some very awful takes going around. And this is about the time where we need to use our rights before we possibly lose them, right? The one thing that all these incidents have in common, these people, these perpetrators, were able to fire on innocents without fear of anything coming back at them, right? And that just shouldn't be the case. We need to be responsible gun owners, and we need to protect ourselves vigilantly. We already have the tools to do so. We already have the prescription. It is time to do it. And I bet if you're watching this channel, I can almost guarantee you carried today after what happened. But there are still a lot of people that don't. And if your girlfriend or somebody is not comfortable carrying a firearm, like I said, well, she could still have a knife. She could have a pointy object. She could have pepper spray.
That's not going to do shit. We just watched a gun with insufficient training being ineffectual. In that particular case, we want it to be ineffectual because it was some insane woman chimping out. But it was a good showcase of if you don't know what the fuck you're doing with your tool, even a gun is not going to help you. So no, first of all, if your woman is not willing to carry a gun, she's retarded and it's up to you to fix that. Second of all, she needs training with that gun.
Right. She could have something. But it's time to stop letting innocent people get hurt. Part of that is strong men standing up. A woman shouldn't necessarily have to protect herself, especially in public transit. You know, I would probably just take an Uber. I mean, if I walk into a bus and I see those 4 or 5 people in the back of the bus, I'm turning around. You know, I'm probably not going to ride that one. And that's a shame. You know, we have a couple communities that need to give us some answers. And I'm not going to go into that here because part of the issue is that this is an opportune moment for division in our country. And so kind of the low IQ reactionary take is, oh, these people are bad. We need to declare war. Libs of TikTok is tweeting, this is war, right? Against X group of people. And I would just remind you all that there's a cohort of certain very powerful global people that would like nothing more than to see Americans tear themselves limb from limb.
We wouldn't tear ourselves limb from limb. Marxists are a minority of the people, and skinning them alive will take one afternoon. How come he's allowed to say reactionary, but you're not? No, he's also wrong. Don't worry. I'm going into detail as to why he is wrong.
Limb. And we really have to be careful to avoid that after these events. There are certain ideologies that are responsible.
What can you use other than that? Reflexive, knee-jerk? Can you say reactionary? It depends on the meaning, on the word use. It depends on the context. I think that reactionary is, again, sure, claim back that word, but reactionary is a catch-all term that is used to dismiss natural reactions to commie bullshit. I think it has become a derisive word, and we either need to cleanse it of the commie filth, or we need to avoid using it.
And those should be addressed. I just don't want to, as much as it might feel good or...
It is used to say shut the fuck up. Like, every time I see commies use reactionary, it is, I don't want to engage with the substance of the argument.
As tempting as it is. And certainly, like I said, those groups have a little bit to answer for. We have...
Actually, reactive is a good word, as opposed to reactionary.
The FBI crime statistics right here, actually. This is...
Oh no, he's pulling up the crime statistics.
Homicide offender.
No, not the noticing.
Versus victim demographics, the white number for Caucasian is 4,827.
How dare you notice?
And the black number is 6,490. So it's more
just
like
sitting here noticing.
55, if I'm reading that right. But I don't hold all. You know, you can't go to all black people and say, hey, you're all criminals. You know, I can't look at Colligan Noir and say, hey, you're personally responsible. I think that would be a little bit silly.
I built Tinder with them. It doesn't list you as a co-founder. We need to change online dating.
What the fuck?
None of
this
is
going
to slow us down. I won't step down without a fight.
Oh no. Oh no, they're making a movie about it. They think they're the good guys. This is going to be another fucking Barbie, isn't it?
I do think those communities have something to answer for, in particular the North Carolina black community. We're not going to get too deep into the race realism talk on this this upload, but it is an issue. But I do just want to try and avoid us falling into that divisive nature, because it will be exploited by, and possibly already is, our enemies, right? The reason a workplace pushes for diversity...
No. I disagree with that. I think that we are already divided, and we are in a weakened state if we have to coexist with people who are potential assailants. Us having to coexist with these ghouls is the more exposed position to be in. Because we lack uniformity as long as there is a consistent risk of those people hiding in the bushes and potentially being an aggressor. We are weakened by the rot that we allow to persist. So again, a single Night of the Long Knives will solve that problem. Or throw them all in jail and half of them go into the noose. I'm also fine with that.
So strongly, little glimpse behind the curtain for you guys, and some of you know this, is because the more diverse a workforce is, the less likely they are to unionize and actually get together.
Unionizing is bad. All unions get the rope. Public flogging? No, I don't think that's enough anymore, bigger branch. More like public flayings.
And people know this. There are very powerful people that know this very well. So, you know, as tempting as that is to say, hey, total death, I'll probably bleep that out.
Jesus Christ, man.
Or, you know, take the gun rights away from, you know,
Okay, I disagree. I disagree with those two directions of travel. I've explained why.
We already have a prescription to deal with.
No, Seku, shut the fuck up.
Violent actors in our nation. We've always done it, and that is defending ourselves with firearms or things that we have access to. We should not allow soft targets to
Do not glow.
continue to exist. Now with the Charlie situation, it is a little bit different. It looks like they caught the guy or gal, question mark, but it looks like they have someone. Still a lot of questions about that incident.
He is confirmed to be a MiG-15.
Including the gentleman who was arrested initially saying, "Shoot me." Very odd. The plane that left turned off the transponder, but it looks like they've got somebody. So we'll see. The tough truth with Charlie, and may not be an easy thing to hear in a post-Butler, Pennsylvania world, I do think we need to be looking at rooftops, especially when you have a very well-known, famous figure.
Especially if you have your speaker sit in a kill box with direct line of sights from every rooftops in the area. It was not difficult to secure those rooftops. This, unfortunately, was a result of being complacent. Again, it's back to our original conversation of this shouldn't be a problem for us to contend with because it's a third world problem to have. But at the same time, we need to have at least some degree of passive security that we exercise. No drone surveillance? I believe they had access to live feed drones. But they didn't even need that. You put a cop on, or at least some kind of security officer, because they had armed security. You put a security officer on every major segment of the rooftop, and that's it, you're golden.
Speaking at your campus.
Or pick a position in the amphitheater that has at least partial cover that doesn't offer direct descending sight lines from amateur shooting distances.
You know, it's not that anyone did anything wrong, but even the Pope will have the glass in the Pope mobile when he's meeting people. So it's just a tragic event. It will be a, an accelerating type of an event for the American right.
I think the thing is with the Pope and with the president, why they already have things like bulletproof glass and whatnot in place is because they are understood to be notable political figures. And the outrage around Charlie Kirk is that he was not. Charlie Kirk didn't hold official office. He was essentially a glorified debate bro. He did not have any executive or legislative power. He was just good at debating. And the point of our outrage over this killing is that he is so innocuous, and yet they fucking killed him. Which means they killed him because they knew his name and they knew where to find him. And the only logical conclusion is that they would kill each and every one of us if they're able to find us, and if an opportunity presents itself.
Although I do wonder how much of an impact it'll really have. I bet most of you still went to work today. Hopefully you carried if you did. But that's all I wanted to say. I just wanted to hop on here and say, hey guys, we have the tools, we have the ability to protect ourselves already. It is about time we start using them. Okay, now laws vary in your state. You know, I live in a very free state. I can stop a commission of a forcible felony against a structure or against myself, essentially. And your laws will vary state by state too. But in general, if you are in fear of your life, in my opinion, you have a God-given right to defend that life. And I hope you use that right if you ever have to. It is a little frustrating to continue to see defenseless people get hurt by bad people, especially when we have so many tremendous inventors. I talked about Eugene Stoner, Gaston Glock, in a post recently, who have given us these incredible inventions and tools that we can use to defend our lives and innocent lives as well. If you don't think it's possible, I would encourage you to believe it's possible.
Listen, John Weider also gave us some pretty good inventions to help in that.
Leave you with this. Mark 9:23, Jesus said unto him, if thou canst believe, all things are possible to him that believeth. In other words, guys, if you believe, all things are possible. If God is real, why does bad things happen? Well, bad things happen because we have free will. If we had no risk of danger at all, our life would be meaningless, quite literally. So we all have the freedom to make smart choices every day. One of those choices might be carrying something to defend yourself with. And like I said, I'm maybe preaching to the choir a little bit with this channel. If you're watching this, I do hope you carry already. I know guys like Focus Trip, Big Chad, Master Shooter, the Grandmaster. He carries a full size. A lot of guys carry full size every day. I'm not quite that guy. I do have 15, but I'm not carrying a full size gun. If you want to, I think that's really cool. Go for it. And just manage that every day. I think I'd rather have everybody, if you're on the fence between carrying something super heavy or not at all, I'd rather have you have something super light that you can take with you than nothing at all. So, like I said, these guys are mostly cowards, guys. You got to realize that. They're looking for those targets of opportunity where no one will push back at them. And if people start to push back, a lot of times they'll run, and we've seen that as well. So that's all, guys. I know ammo's expensive. Go out there and train, get good, protect yourself. We do hear stories where tragedies are averted. We have heard a few of those already. Guys, thanks for watching. Got nothing else for you.
All right, I'm going to agree mostly. I'm going to present a better, more appropriate Bible verse for this. Ammo is only expensive if you miss. Eldra, you're supposed to use ammo for training. You're supposed to put holes through paper in the process of your training. That's what we mean when we say that ammo is expensive. Ammo is expensive means that you are ideally supposed to be, like, if you're actively training, you are supposed to be firing no less than 250 rounds per week. And for handgun ammo, it's not really that bad. It's like 30 cents a shot. For rifle ammo, it gets a little bit more pricey. I run 3300 Blackout. My training ammunition costs me, on a good day, 65 cents a shot. That's what we mean when we say ammo is expensive, because you don't just expend the ammo that you shoot into a warm body. You primarily expend the ammo that you use for training, and your carry and self-defense and like actual combat ammo. That also needs to be cycled out. 4570 is expensive as hell. 4570 isn't a very practical caliber, to be fair. I don't think lever guns are big in the self-defense space. Cool gimmick, very base to own. I really like the over-engineered lever guns. I've shot integrally suppressed new production lever guns at goals. Very cool. Fucking hilarious when you shoot a 4570 that has zero recoil whatsoever, just because the integral suppressor is so fucking heavy. You would like a 4570? So would I. Most practical gun is chambered in whatever is most ubiquitous. Yes, and the most ubiquitous calibers are 9mm, are a 9x39 and 5.56. These are the most ubiquitous rounds in America. So, therefore, these are the most practical rounds. No point in breaking into police armory to find they don't have your obscure meme round. Yeah, pretty much. And the police armories and the National Guard armories are going to have 9mm and 5.56 in mass. That is the primary round they're going to have. Maybe they're going to have 308. But a more appropriate Bible verse, since we're, Bible thumping today, Luke 22:36, sell your cloak and buy a sword. I had something to bring up, and I just completely brain farted. Oh, right. Where is it? So, now, Perturband. All of the love in the world, my guy. You do good work. I agree with most of your message here, outside of the conciliatory, if you don't want to carry a gun, carry something. I disagree with that. Carry a gun, because it is the ultimate backstop in terms of keeping oneself safe. It is the ultimate tool of effective violence. It is the best way to deliver immediate violence of action. So I'll disagree with that one. My other component, my other comment on that is your message is drowned out by the fact that I can see all three of your chins through that balaclava, and I can see your moobs hanging outside of your plate carrier. My guy, do better. And that applies to fucking everyone. Putting down the fork is free. You need to be in shape. If you want to be militia, if you want to be a backstop against violence for your community, you need to be able to not just walk up a flight of stairs without running out of breath, You also need to meet a very long list of physical fitness standards. In order for you to be an effective asset, you need to not be a liability, which means you need to be able to run fast, you need to be able to carry heavy shit, and you need to not be at risk of constantly rolling your ankle because you are fat. And you also need to not present excess surface area because you are so fat that you are actually hanging out of your plate carrier. Give it a few years and they'll have the US Army a new meme round. I mean, they're sort of doing that with the SIG round, and it's not performing well. Carry an original Xbox, you'll be so jacked nobody will dare touch you. And if they do, you can hit them with it. I would really like to have my original Xbox with me. Never leave home? I disagree with that. What if you're a wheelchair because you lost your feet to the beatus, hypothetically? Well, again, putting down the fork is still free. You will still expend energy, and you won't get tired if you have to move fast because you have a wheel drive now. So your legs can't hurt if you don't have any. And if you slim the fuck down after the beatus, having lost your leg, you would install it in the chair. Hell yeah. Actual armed chariot. But slimming down from the beatus and even having lost both your legs, once you're human-sized again... Now, I know that it's not talking about yourself, Eldra. I understand that. You presented me a hypothetical. You've presented me a hypothetical. I'm engaging with your hypothetical. So if someone has lost their feet to the beatus, they can still get prosthetics once they're human-sized again. What if someone has massive knockers and they get in the way when you run? Should you cut them off? No. That's, first of all, a plate carrier will smush them up, so they're not going to get in the way of running. What if you have no arms? Well, skill issue, I guess. Invest in a mouth gun. The tits are an easy problem to solve. Just, a compression shirt will generally do the trick. Exercise your second A, right? Mouth them off, yeah. Insult them to death. They don't make them for this. They make sports bras for every cup size. Stop gaslighting. Graft them bare arms, exactly. Embrace Deus Ex. The base version of post-humanism, of transhumanism, excuse me, when you replace your missing arm with a fucking rocket launcher that also has an apparatus that instantaneously 3D prints a carbon fiber blade. All right, apparently Steyr is making guns again, which is good.
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey guys, Luke C here with TFP TV, fresh back from the shores of Europe with two new handgun families for you guys this time.
I don't know about you, but when I see, no offense to the guy, but if I see a TFB TV video that doesn't have James Reeves in it, I'm kind of less inclined to watch it.
I'm from Steyr Arms and RX Defense. I was invited last minute to head over to the Lynx Pro range in Slovenia by the guys at Polonar Tactical, as well as Steyr Arms and RX Defense to check out their...
I would like a Steyr gun. If parts availability and magazine availability was better. I would carry a Steyr gun if it was reasonable to get aftermarket parts for it, which it is not.
Two new handgun families, including the ATC and ATD pistols. Now, this isn't just a new set of polymer Wonder 9s. In fact, Steyr Arms is returning to the full metal frame DASA pistol game.
I'm kind of not on board with hammer-fired guns. Hammer-fired guns with manual safeties. I no longer jazz with that. I think that we as a gun-owning population have evolved past that. P226, very cool, big vibes, extremely good for aura farming, but that's about it.
I got an opportunity to shoot these guns over 2 days at the Lynx Pro range in Slovenia with the guys at Polonar Tactical, Steyr's new shooting team, and a couple of other guys who do this in the YouTube space, including Grandmaster USPSA shooter Hunter Constantine and longtime friend of the channel, Calvin Tarong, aka Fuck Long. So let's check out these new handguns, see what they have to offer, and show you guys about some of the time we had over at Lynx Pro during range therapy.
You want a CZ Shadow too, though? I mean, listen, it's okay to be a CZ deviant. I hope someday they'll be able to mitigate that.
So quick.
I need to start running comps again. My local two-gun competition no longer takes place. I'm kind of pissed off about that.
Word on the why of the ATD and ATC pistol families. Well, since SIG shut down its German factory back in 2020, there's been a massive void in the European firearms market. For decades, the German-made SIG P226s and P229s were the gold standard for European law enforcement, military units,
love the track
and
for
even
late
competitive
90s?
shooters.
Yeah.
When that production line went dark, it left a lot of professionals and competitive shooters scrambling to find better alternatives in the European market. Enter Steyr with the ATD and ATC. Now, I think Steyr is particularly well equipped to deal with this particular void that we're seeing in the European market and filling it with the ATD and ATC. They've got a lot of experienced team members from both RX Defense, which is manufacturing a lot of the parts for the ATD and ATC, and as well as the talent that came from the original guys working over at SIG before it closed its doors. Another interesting angle here is that Steyr and RX Defense are now both owned by the exact same Czech-based company, RSBC Investment Group. RSBC acquired RX back in 2017 and then picked up Steyr in April of 2024. RX is the Slovenian company behind the Rex Alpha, which James covered a couple of years ago when he went over to the RX Defense facility and checked out the gun for himself. So these new ATD and ATC pistols represent a true European collaboration, combining Austrian heritage and meeting it up with Slovenian engineering expertise, all under a gigantic, happy Czech investment backing. All right, so let's talk specifications.
Oh no. The long arm of CZ is here.
And features with the ATD and ATC pistols.
I do like the grip. The grip textures looks very cool.
Starting with the ATD. ATD literally stands for Austrian Defense Pistol. Within the ATD lineup, there are two compact models, the ATD Compact or ATD Base, and then the ATD Compact Comp. These two pistols are basically the same. Both feature a lightweight aluminum frame, ambidextrous controls, a combination decocker safety, but the key difference is that the Compact Comp version features an integrated compensator built into the 4-inch barrel and slide. The compensator is supposed to reduce muzzle rise, making follow-up shots quicker and easier, and ideal for those who want a compact defensive pistol with a bit of extra control for those hot defensive loads. Both models come optics ready and have the same ambidextrous controls and accept the exact same 18-round magazines. So if you want a compact, reliable duty gun, or you're looking for a gun for home defense, you can choose between the standard version or the one that comes with an integrated compensator right out of the box. The ATD is stated to retail for €999, and I assume you can expect similar pricing when it comes over to the US. All right, moving on to the second family of pistols in this new lineup, the ATC series, with the C standing for competition. What else would it mean anyway? This pistol is made...
I have a hard hate boner for competition guns. I think they bastardize the entire experience. They are built around gamifying the practice of using firearms.
For the growing practical shooting scene in Europe and beyond. Like the ATD series, all ATC pistols come optics ready because, let's face it, we all love a good red dot these days, and I'm going blind. They're also modular, so you can tweak and tune them to your heart's content right out of the box. Steyr includes tuning kits right in the box with all models of the ATC, which lets you adjust recoil springs, hammer springs, and right in the box.
Hold the fuck up. What is this? These come with suppressors stock, really?
It's with all models of the ATC, which lets you adjust recoil springs, hammer springs, and even the trigger pull so that the gun feels just right for you, and you can adjust it for the ammunition.
Gotta head out. Yeah, good luck.
The ATC family includes
Sekou.
3
Thanks
handguns, the base model with its stainless steel finish, along with the Rock 5-inch and Rock 6-inch version. Those are the ones with the orange grips. All of them feature sturdy stainless steel frames and a buttery smooth user-adjustable single-action trigger with a crisp, about 3-pound trigger pull. One thing to note is that the ATC models don't have separate decocking levers. On the base version, the safety lever also doubles as a decocker if you apply just a little bit of extra upward force, but the ROC competition variants keep things pretty simple with no decocker, just a manual safety. Just like the ATD, the ATC pistols also use the 18-round magazines as their standard, but there are 20-round extended magazines as well if you want a little bit more capacity for those competition scenarios. One of the best things about these new Steyr pistols is just how modular they are. Both the ATD and ATC come with interchangeable recoil springs and adjustable hammer springs so that you can fine-tune the trigger pull and the recoil to your liking. They even release 3D printable files for grips and beaver tails, letting users customize their pistols like never before. This is actually a really bold move coming from a large company just absolutely releasing the CAD files for their own parts. So this isn't just marketing talk. These guns truly let you make them your own right from the start. All right, now for the part that's going to hurt. The pricing on the ATC series is reflective of their premium construction and premium materials. The base ATC is going to start at around €1,500, but the more specialized ROC models, including the 5 and 6 inch, push the price higher. The top tier ROC 6 inch model comes in at around €2,166, reflecting the high quality materials.
I see, like at this point, I'd rather just get a platypus. I don't know. I think a platypus is just going to be a more practical gun. It makes a better race gun because it's a 1911. It's also going to be steel framed. You can customize it to death and back. I don't know. I think just Stealth Arms is the better option. Let me actually look up what's going on Stealth Arms today. Stealth Arms. Are they still only doing the platypus? A wide range of Cerakote, quality craftsmanship. They're jigs and parts for 1911s, but I think the only thing they sell are L products, 1911 platypus, custom 1911s. They still don't do those, and the platypus is still strictly 9mm, right? $1,700 for a pretty built out version. Yeah, it's a platypus plushie because, you know, because Perry the Platypus. These guys designed an entire customizable gun just for the pun of it. But I would basically want to get something like this. Or the titanium is also nice. I would probably not cut it for a hollow sun optic just because I will not be caught dead with a hollow sun optic. I understand that the Vortex optic I'm about to put onto my gun is also made in China, but at least it's an American company. Different tangent it's entirely, but you know, I would rather go with something like this. And I like that you can customize it even further. Like the gun builder they have is just so good. It's a 1911. Why are these things so expensive? Sure, the manufacturing on these is so understood and optimized. But these are hand fitted. You can have a cheaper 1911. Like there's let me see a mass production 1911 here real quick. Springfield 1911. Yes. Handguns, Hellcat Echelon Kuna, 1911 DS series. Is it the DS series? Is the Prodigy a DS? Am I fucking up? Garrison Operator, Ronin, Emissary, Mil-Spec, Loaded. It's probably in the DS series. Or is it in the SA? No. XD? No. Oh, there it is. Prodigy. I'm fucking blind. So, what do these MSRP at, I wonder? A gun is a gun is a gun? What do you mean? Compact. I don't want compact. We can go full size. DS Prodigy AOS. Comp. Prodigy comps are pretty good. All right, there's MSRP. So these are, well, it is compensated. So usually most of your get a musket and a red coat. That will be caught dead with the fucking red coat. What do you mean? So many branded variants? Maybe a powdered wig? Maybe a powdered wig. Well, I mean, they need to differentiate themselves. Your current Fallout 76 build slaps pretty hard, actually. What is your Fallout 76 build? So the Prodigy comp is pretty nice to handle, I would say. And even then, 1911s are labor intensive to produce, and Platypus, I think, is a better investment for your money, realistically, if I'm being completely transparent. Because you can customize a lot of minute detail. You can add things like tack rails, trigger guards, dust covers, and whatnot. The coloring is also nice, but it's whatever. I prefer pickle grips. Mag funnel, yes, just for better grip, realistically. Skeletonized trigger. I prefer the 3-hole. I don't know why. Skeletonized is probably cool, but I don't know. I like the 3-hole one. Bushing or bull barrel. I think bull barrel threaded because I want a suppressor on that. We're not gonna fuck with the colors. Slide style. Classic optics cut. RMS. Oh, yeah, SRO is probably the best one. What is the build? Oh yeah, I already asked them. Slide finish sights, fiber optic sights, yes. Suppressor height sights. Thumb safety ambi. Yeah, sure, let's make it ambidextrous. Why the fuck not? Firing pistol colored, color. We don't care about color. So basically, whenever I build out a gun to what I want it to be, it gets to $2,000. But again, a fully customized, made just for me, 1911 is going to be about $2,000 because it's going to be handmade and hand fitted. Gotta explain more degen shit to Tricky Catman? What? I never even talk about degen shit. What do you mean? But yeah, this is... I understand that Catman is Digby, or are you addressing him? In that case, there needs to be a comma between those. I don't know if I want... the SRO is not drop safe. The RMR is. So I'd probably go for an RMR footprint, even though not as sexy. Well, then there's supposed to be a comma when you're addressing someone. Use punctuation. Grammar is our friend. But yeah, Platypus, kind of cool. Absolutely would. So what is this? The Chads at Tamura Manufacturing have come up with what I assume is a cut-resistant suit. Very drippy, by the way. I really like it.
秋葉原無差別殺傷事件が起きた時に、服にもっとできることはあるのじゃないかと思い。
What the fuck is that? You know what? I would wear a jacket like that. Just on the vibes alone, that jacket fucks. Oh, that's a gunto. So that's a stamped sword. The jacket is crazy drippy and apparently completely cut resistant. It's a bit flashy looking, but that's why I like it. Digby, I wear Hawaiian shirts unironically. If anything, this is a little bit muted by my standards. Someone with a jacket like that has something worth stealing? Yes, like 5 rounds out of my concealed carry handgun. Business end first. Digby, remember, I can kill people over property in in the state where I live. Where can I buy this? I want to buy this. It's collaboration. Okay, that's very cool. But I want the jacket. $400. Get the okay. It's not $400 actually. No, what? No, it's not $400. It is. How much is that USD? Wait, $2,700. There is no shot. Okay, I no longer want this jacket. That's too expensive. Yeah, no. I understand. Like, I get it, but no. There is no way in hell I'm spending that amount of money on clothing. Just absolutely the fuck not. I don't live in London. I don't need a stab-proof vest that badly. Forget the wallet. I'm taking the jacket. I know, right? Like, my guys, no, like I respect the energy, but damn, that's just impractical. Yeah, you gotta figure out a better cost point for the no reasonable person is paying that for a jacket. Absolutely the fuck not. 400,000 yen. Absolutely the fuck not. I'm not paying $3,000 for a jacket.
岩尾正文さんというですね方と、コラボさせていただいたんですが、この岩尾さんが作られたですねこのグラム271というもの、こちらとコラボになります。でこの、G271 って書いてあるんですが、この G っていうのはですね、グラムなんですけど、心臓の重さが平均してだいたい270グラムぐらいらしいんですね。そこに、1グラムの機能性であったりデザインを入れたいということで G271 とグラム271という、名称にしたとのことです。でこの岩尾さんっていう方はですね、実はものすごい方で、山本関西ってねご存知でしょうか。私はねわかるんですけど、かなり有名なデザイナーさんで、そこでパリコレのチーフデザイナーをされていたという方です。だからすごいおしゃれなね服をずっと作られてきた方なんですが、今回ですね田村装備開発とコラボできないかっていうのでご連絡いただいてですね、でちょっと服をいろいろ見せてもらったところめちゃくちゃ良かったんでそれ
You can get a stab-proof vest for 500 and a slash stab-resistant jacket for 200. I know. That's my complaint. I was expecting, like, I would be fine with spending like $300 on this. For $300, I'd buy the jacket, not 3,000.
コラボさせていただくことになりました。はい、じゃあ商品紹介ね、ちょっとしていきましょうか。
衣装デザイナー俳優の岩尾海士です。父の衣装デザイナー岩尾正文とともにグラム271というブランドを運営しています。僕は普段、
So he's a clothing designer.
衣装デザイン、舞台ですね。主に舞台の衣装デザインや自分で運営しているアパレルブランドのデザイン、そして俳優業もやっています。で僕の父は、衣装デザイン会社ダダグラムという会社の代表を務めていまして、
So his father represents Datagram, which is an apparel brand.
大型テーマパークの衣装、元を正せば、アパレルブランドですね。世界的なデザイナー山本関西さんのも
For the quality, you'd call a 700 price point reasonable. Maybe. Again, it's probably like in a pay once cry once scenario, but the drip I'm not paying $3,000 for drip. I'm sorry. Again, I can contend with spending that much on guns, not on clothing.
とパリコレのチーフデザイナー
If I
などを
become unreasonably wealthy, then I can see myself getting a jacket like that.
ていました。そんな父と共に15年ほど前に秋葉原無差別殺傷
こっちはね、縫製すごいこだわりがあって、基本的にね、どの製品、どのメーカーの製品見ても、ここが
Less clothing and more armor.
ダメだ、あそこダメだってほぼ間違いなく言うんですよ。
病気なんで大体イチャモンつけるんですけど。
Kind of, yeah.
今回ね、言わなかったんですよ。
Here's the thing, if I lived in London, I probably would spend the money. But I don't, and I have a gun, so.
まあ、綺麗にね、縫製されてますね。ちゃんと
Like at that point, I may as well just wear a plate carrier.
縫われてますよね。
It's also going to be cheaper.
パターンがすごいですよね。この辺の、なんていうんですか、脇の
We're not allowed to drip out like the Mandalorian, so we have to tolerate this shit. What do you mean you're not allowed to drip out like the Mandalorian? There's no law against you doing that.
この切り返しというか、これもすごく面白いし、そう縫製は全く抜かりないなっていう感じ印象ですよ。
かなり厚い生地なんですよ。
The material is pretty thick.
多分パターンやったら切れないと思うんですよ。もう切れないレベルのゴワゴワ感になると思うんですけど、普通に切れちゃう。だからやっぱパターンがいいんだろうなっていうのをね、すごい感じますよね。ほぼ全体に、スペクトラガードという生地が使われています。
Spectre Guard is the material that this is made of, which I assume is some kind of cut-resistant Kevlar type.
まあめちゃくちゃ頑丈なんですけれど、鉄の大体ね、8から10倍ぐらい、頑丈と言われてます。
8 to 10 times the resistant, the tensile strength of steel. Just got here. Did I hear Himaru Niki is Hinomaru Niki? Who is what is a Hinomaru Niki? You need to provide a little bit more context.
で、
No, I did not hear.
ありますよね。アラミド繊維の切れにくい。あれの3倍から4倍ぐらい強いというふうに言われている、生地です。だけど結構軽いんですよね。水よ
No, Terry, this is a $3,000 jacket, but it's completely cut resistant.
りも軽い。比重が 0.97、ぐらいっていうふうに。
So it's not very heavy.
ま
Okay.
たね、
He's a former bike gang leader from obvious origins, the kind of person who might have inclinations to eject kurds into the ocean. Very based. You love to see it. If you have any links, plop them into the media share.
薬品にも強くて、あとここがいいなって思うのが日光にも強いんですよ。
Resistant to sunlight.
ああいったアラミド系って結構日光当たってるとすぐ劣化しちゃう。ね。
Oh. Apparently Kevlar has an issue of being exposed to UV rays.
そういう感じなんですけど、まあそこにも強いというので、まあ長く使えるでしょうという感じです。で、ここの部分なんですけど、これね、本革にするか合皮にするか結構迷ったところだったんですけど、合皮にしました。で、その合皮がこれもね、ちょっと普通じゃない合皮で、ちょっとメーカー言えないんですけど、超高級な車のシートに使われているもの。
Aha, so they're using reinforced faux leather for the inlays. Resistant to sunlight, but it's just Blade's jacket? I guess so, yeah.
それをそのまま使ってるんですけど、だいたい革のね、本革の4倍ぐらいね、頑丈というふうに言われてます。で、手入れも簡単。
So 4 to 5 times stronger than regular leather, which, regular leather is wear resistance but not cut resistant.
で、重さ、重量も本革の約半分というものなんですよね。だから機能を取ると必然的にこっちになるでしょという感じで、で見た目も普通にかっこいいです。すごくね。なんで、
I really like the look. I cannot deny the aura farming from the jacket.
このね、合皮にさせてもらいました。この模様ですね。
It's amazing just how corrosive UV radiation is. You kind of feel that whenever you live in a place that's similar to Texas. Like you can feel the sun's pressure on you. The cosmos actively trying to murder you. That's why you stay inside. You still need to touch grass. You just do that at an appropriate time of day.
ここの中の丸っていうのは、これ一人一人
It's one thing to make a jacket as practical as can't be cut, but to then make it stylish as fuck. I know, no Terry. Like if it didn't cost as much as a nice gun, I would be ordering it right now. Like for a $400 price point, even a $700 price point, I would order this. I would order at least one. For 2,600, I think not. If I had enough money, you'd move into an old nuclear bunker and never come out. Nah, you'd get bored and you'd go outside.
隊員をね、人を示しておりまして、みんなが
Fort
この危険
Digby.
箇所を守り合いましょう
あ
というような意味なんですね。でこれをいっぱいつけてもらったっていうね。うん。これも岩尾さんがデザインしてくれました。
That's what the internet is for? Nah, you'd go outside. I know you. You
まあこうな
you would feel the call of touching grass.
んですと。こういう理由なんです。こういう理由でこういうマークがあるんですって言ったら、こういった感じにしてくれました。
くさび片びらみたいで。
ね、かっこいいですよね。うん。で刺繍がまたすごいんだよね、これね。今首のところに入ってるんですけど、そこまでするかっちゅうぐらいすごいね、これね。うん。
ファスナーもいいやつなんですよね。
ファスナーめっちゃいいやつですね。はい。で、あとここにですね、実はパッドが入ってます。
Oh.
で、これゴワゴワして嫌だなっていう人は別に外してもいいですし、まああった方が当然ね。
So there's a pocket for armor plates and sleeves, okay?
いうもんです。
パッドはここまで入ってるんですよね。
ここまで入ってますね。ここからここまで。
ここからここまで。
So you can have bulletproof like level 2 plates for the sleeves.
まあこれ外せますね。まあこういう風にね、やっぱガードするときってどうしても腕ってね、切られ
A friend of yours has an awesome house, literally has a moat and a drawbridge, built in his Victorian era ancestors to try and mimic a castle. Nice.
やすかったり叩かれやすいんで、まあここに、ガードを入れてあります。
No, he has plates in there.
そうですね。
ね、素材が
入
ってますね。
結構ぴったりしますよね。
多少の体のサイズとかには追求するんじゃないかな。
はい。でサイズ感なんですけど、今私が M サイズ着てます。178センチの痩せ型ですね。で今ごっつぁんが着てるのが L サイズ。
176センチのまあがっちり。
がっちり型ですね。
I'd probably need a large. I'm not sure how it would be helpful if they indicated their body weight. But he's like a slender 5'11", and he's like a 5'9", so he's closer to my height. But I think I'm significantly wider than both of those. The house is a huge financial burden as his parents did not work on it. Part of him wants to get rid of it, but he can't bring himself to do so because family history connected to it. I mean, at some point, you can build up a house that is no longer a liability.
この XL
になるかな。
ユさんはもうちょっと身長高い。
Has to tax the peasants.
私と同じちょっと高いんだっけ？
同じぐらいだったかな。
同じぐらいかな。でもまあめっちゃガッチリです。は XL でこれが S サイズ。4サイズね作らせてもらいました。
S、M、L、XL。
で中はね、なんちゅうんだろうな、ちょっとね実はちょっとミリタリーっぽさが出てて、実は分かりにくいと思うんですけど、
So there's a little camel pattern on the inside.
迷彩になってます。はい。地震がありましたとか、ガラス降ってきましたってね、言う時とか、あとはバイクの時に事故ありましたとか。あとは
Oh, it is good for biking, I guess. Yeah. Multiple reproduction suits. The family story is funny. His ancestors got rich in the Industrial Revolution, but came from a common background. He bought an aristocratic family name and history, not usual at the time, to try and get some prestige. As you do.
ナイフとかね、対刃物としてすごい、いい素材なので、防犯の観点からこういったものを着られるのもすごいいいかなというふうに思います。でね、やっぱガチ玉らしく、テストしようと思います。はい。うちのカランビットですね。
God, that is so cringe. I'm sorry. Karambits are the Reddit of knives.
こんなもんとか、こんなやつとかね、まあいろんなものを用意しました。これも用意しました。で、最後にね、こっちのね、日本刀、ね、日本刀も使ってみよう。
Gunto are separate from Nihonto.
と思います。どこまで耐えられるか。 日本刀耐えたらすごいんだけどね、本当にね。結構厳しいなとは思うんですけど、まあ一応試して。
He has the same last name as his old aristocratic family. Legally, they're his ancestors, but there's zero real actual connection. Oh, so it's like a pay-in adoption.
みようと。でかなりね、これ生地がめちゃくちゃ強いから、普通の日本刀使うと曲がるかもしれないですね、日本刀が。だから今回はものすごいごっついね、頑丈な軍刀用意してみました。
I'd like a gunto. I'd like a stamped military issue sword because some of them are really high quality.
まあ刃もしっかりね入ってます。これをでちょっとね後で切ってみようかなと。切りたくないんですけど、本当はね。
You know what? That's probably what I should have made. I can have a modern gunto order made by like actual swordsmiths, and I need to think about that.
あんま聞いたくないけど、やってみましょうと。はい、じゃあテストしてみましょうか。はい、じゃあよろしくね。
The original family had to ditch their name, was literally bought off them. Ah, I see.
はい、どうぞ。はい、まあこれ軍刀ですね。軍刀、昭和刀ってやつですね。
Ah, made in the Showa era. I like the nice aggressive sori. My brother in Christ, he doesn't know how to hold them. That's upsetting. Very good cutting form, I have to say, despite the bad grip.
でまあ刃もしっかりね入ってます。これをでちょっとね後で昭和刀ってやつですね。ちょっと切ってますね。
It is also on the shorter end.
ね、こんな感じ。
Very good cutting technique. He's not over traveling.
しっかり刃入ってますね。
It's a technically incorrect grip. You're supposed to grip the end of the handle.
実際に切ってみようと思います。はい、はい、じゃあまあこれでね、これをちょっとここにはめてみて、切ってみましょう。
All right, let's go to the sword.
こんな感じかな。ここら辺からザクっていってみようか。こんな感じ。
Give him a kisagiri, okay?
じゃあ行ってみっか。カイト。ちょっと待ってね。左足後ろ、右足前。
He's introducing a little bit of drag to the sword.
まあ自分の足やっちゃうとまずいから、こんぐらいで止めるような感じで。おい、じゃあ忖度せずに行きましょう。はい、怪我だけしないように。よし、はい、いいよ。どうだ？これはどこの辺に入ったのかな。
All it does is scratch the material. Holy shit.
どうだろう、わかんねえな。印つけてなかったからわかんねえな。確かに。もう一回振ってみようか。
反対でやります。
いや、いいよ、これで。はい。もう一回振ってみようか。で、この辺振ってみて。はい。はい、じゃあ行ってみよう。はい、OK。
Really pulling the sword. It's not a high quality cut, but I guess it's enough to demonstrate the material.
こっちは大丈夫でしたね。はい、こっちは大丈夫です。
Listen, respectable results. I can't talk shit. I do not like the price point. I'm not spending $3,000 on that. I'm sorry. Let's watch. Let's hurt me with another hotel video. I need motivation for my grind set once the work week starts. Less than Shuntakaoka. Not sure where that is. All right, let's get to the. So you get there by
Progressive's
boat.
Up Payment program provides down payment assistance for first-generation home.
Why the fuck are you getting down payment assistance? I'm not paying for that shit. You know what? The more difficult a hotel is to get to, the more I like it because it's less likely that there are going to be shit-heel tourists there. Japanese train stations always manage to look so pleasant. They are an absolute vibe. I've not seen a Japanese train station I don't like. Now, to be fair, there is very little in Japan that I've seen that I don't like at all. Onii-san. I wonder where that even is. Kanazawa. Okay, yeah, that's a reasonable travel distance from Tokyo. Not a single shithead European in sight. I love it so much. Shared public open space. I'm gonna check the prices on this. Let me check. Oh, they have a booking page. Hell yeah. Cute little phone. $170 per night. Which, you know what? It's not that bad. It's not that bad. I'm coping. I'm hard coping. What if I go for like 3 nights? $200 a night, but, you know, totally worth it. Yours aren't as exciting, they're just built for purpose. Most Japanese train stations are also built for purpose. They just have a certain quaintness to them. Famous location for suspense drama. Alright, I mean, it's a good filming location, I guess. Vending machine, obligatory. Kudomio. Seem to like filming them with decorative knickknacks related to places they're in. That's true. Yes, they do that. This is giving me very, very bad withdrawals. Oni Dojo, it's very bad. Please throw money at me. I beg of you. I need to go to Japan. The speaking elevators are haunting me. You used to do that. They keep getting trashed or stolen. I feel like if you would have deported all of the Pakistanis and all of the Algerians, that wouldn't happen anymore. Oni Dojo, I'm gonna crash out. Or loads of them in the railway museums you went to? Who? Algerians? No, it's a European style room. Or is that just the living room that's European style? I guess if it Ichigo-ichie, okay. Old tapestry. No, that's lacquerware, damn. If it was built in the 1930s, this would have been where, like, European-style shit was considered chic. So I guess that's why your luxury room would have a European-style living room. Little Aomori Sundae. I'm gonna go to our local Asian store and buy some sweets, otherwise I'm gonna go insane. I'm gonna go to the store today anyway, so... funny thing about dragonflies, we also get a lot of dragonflies here where I live in Texas, and I was so not. It has a little kitchenette. It has a little cuse who said, "So cool." If I live in the UK, asked to live in a museum, it seems safer. Dragonflies, anti-mosquito aerosol. We have a lot of those. Migrants hate museums? Well, that's probably because they can't read. You know how the safest place in South Africa is a bookstore? Oni Dojo, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna grift so fucking hard. You hate how the rivers here tend to foam up like someone poured a bunch of soap into them. Does that have to do with how the water gets treated at treatment plants? The thing is, so after living in Russia, I was very much not used to, nature being preserved because, communism just poisons everything it touches. So most of the organic nature in Russia is effectively dead. Like the biosphere is just so thoroughly devastated that you're just not used to interacting with any real nature. That's why when I moved to Texas, I was like, holy shit, you can these living things just live here? God damn, you have dragonflies, you have eagles and hawks and gigantic ravens and cranes just chilling out there. It's because the water companies just dump water into the river to save money? Ew. Double half bath? Yeah. Tatami rooms. I dig tatami rooms so much. They realize that dumping the water is cheaper to just pay the fines. I hate it so much. Little veranda, little observation deck. You know what? $400 for 2 nights of this? Absolutely would. Abso-fucking-lutely would. Consequence of privatizing the water industry, they pursue maximum profit and lobby to get the way. It's not even about a product of privatization. It's a product of privatizing it to people who have pull with your government. So it's cronyism. Your country brain only asks is there fish in the water. There is fish in the water. 100% there is. Drinks inside are not free. That's unusual for a Japanese. Well, then again, it is beer, so it's like it goes beyond your standard hospitality stuff. Not a small beer either, yeah. European style beds. I personally prefer futons, like on a hard floor. I mean, why not? Why not have a third restroom? You prefer small boxes with a plush lining? Don't lie to me, Digby. If you were presented with a cardboard box, you'd sit inside. Regular European-style bath? Oh, outdoor onsen right in the room. Hell yeah. I need to get my grift up. Why do I do shit that's right, that's morally correct for free when I could just be grifting money? Water is hot, so you add cold water from a tap. Well, yeah, because it's the hot spring. Ooh. Oni Dojo, I'm gonna crash out. I'm gonna watch this before my before I do my talk with about getting a raise that I'm gonna have probably next month. A terrorist bath. Hell yeah, take me there, take me there. Faster, faster, faster. Come on. You know that feel? Which one? Wanting to crash out? An itty bitty bath? Low temperature with mountain spring water. God. Let me check something real quick. Oh, I love the outdoor sections. They're so good. Holy shit, Mori is already booked up all the way. Oh, no, you know, late September is mostly free. I wonder what they charge per night. Twin rooms. 130 per night. No, oh, very good breakfast, non-refundable. Right, that's fine. No photos, really. The onsen is very good at Heian-no-Mori. Sorry, I'm just checking hotels in the bathroom, in the background. Outdoor onsen, so good. God, yes. I keep harping about this, but listen, imagine the following. You go with this, let's bump the quality up a little bit. Like, you pair going to a place like that with some absolutely demolishingly hard training. Like, you completely wring yourself out. And then you close out the day with a bath that goes so hard. You run yourself absolutely ragged, and then you eat some good food and you stew in a bath. Let's pick the terrace bath. So the back one that's right by the faucet is a little bit hotter. I see. And the view is immaculate as well. Oh, they have a full kaiseki dinner because of course they do. A printed menu on this nice textured rough rice paper. It gives everything such a deliberate touch. And you feel like, the people who put this together for you are really, really paying attention, which is the definition of a motenashi. Oh, different sake, okay. Steamed crab, nice. Oh yeah, they are close enough to the coast. I mean, everywhere in Japan gets fresh fish, and there's no fishy smell because it is also mildly dry aged. Curry hot pot. Oh, okay, that's new. That's definitely novel. Some stripjack sashimi, nice. I need to call an ICE recruiter and ask if I can work part-time just for the signing bonus. Because I'm just gonna go and blow that signing bonus on a Japan trip, I'm not gonna lie. I understand that it likely comes with strings attached, but oh, A5 Wagyu fillet steak, hell yeah. God bless Japan, but you can't do mushroom tempura? Why not? Explain yourself. What excuse do you have for that objectively incorrect opinion? That, and I mean, how common is mushroom tempura? You can't do mushrooms generally. Also wrong. Please continue. You understand that not all mushroom is the same. Mushrooms are very different. A little bit of cod with unagi. Oh, nice. Perfectly broiled, absolutely even, no burn marks. Local rice cooked with a little bit of beans, nice. Extra savory. God, fresh Japanese rice. I am losing sanity looking at this. I bought some A5 Wagyu because my local HEB had some, and it was overpriced because importing anything is expensive, and like you pay a premium for that shit. So it was like $200 for what is essentially like 2 ribeyes worth of meat. But yeah, it was so fucking good, and it hurts me. I need to go to Japan. I need to go back to Japan. You eating mushrooms is like friends keep hooking you up with different flavors of Crazy Chicks. Yes, you tried them all. It didn't work out. Yeah. Sounds like a skill issue. The one that didn't suck the most was Italian and full cheese and crab. I mean, if you just get a properly stewed king mushroom with like with a meat base, like the way the Chinese, for example, make oyster sauce beef. That's probably one of the better ways of eating mushroom. Little walkways out in the. Okay, you know what? The more I look at this, the more $200 per night just feels like a steal. It should be illegal to charge so little for a place like this. I think 2 days at a spot like this would go so unqualifiably hard. And then you just go on and you do your sort of normal tourist shit in a regular hotel. I think, yeah, that's the play. That's definitely the play. I need to fix my finances because I took a bit of a hit recently for, because of reasons outside of my control that had to be dealt with. But with the raise that I should be getting this year, I'm definitely clocking in Japan. That's it. By the time I get there, which is probably going to be like late spring next year, they will have probably filtered most of the idiot tourists. We'll see. High season starts in late October, so we're just going to see if any of the kick streamers try to go back. I'm going to keep my ear to the ground with regards to the crowding, and I'll see. Maybe I'll line up a trip sometime like May, June-ish. Second outdoor bath. Is there more food? Right, we're actually coming up on 4 hours. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna raid out into citrus. We haven't raided citrus in quite a while. Citrus. If I can spell citrus. She's gonna play Stellar Blade. I assume my audience would be somewhat aligned with watching Stellar Blade. So, yeah. We're back on our regular schedule. Once again, highlighting follow on the socials, and there is a weapon light and a torque wrench on the throne. If we get those paid through the throne, the gun bench stream is gonna come around a little bit sooner. Otherwise, I'll have to just pay for everything out of pocket. That means that we're delaying the gun bench stream until I'm able to do so. You must dip and you don't want spoilers, and she's ahead of you. Listen, at the very least, stay for the raid, and then you can dip. She's in the chatting. She's in the fluffing up part. But with that, this has been Onii-san, reminding you to stay frosty. Bye-bye.
Yeah, I think I pay what?